Sandy, go to work.
I have half an hour. I'm just getting my cup of coffee, banana, packing lunch. What are you doing up? You working on homework?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah. I have to do. I'm doing my class for the suicide hotline. I'm going to be. I'm volunteering for. We have a training.
Ah,
Dominic says, "Why are you awake?" Well, that's what the whole point of the thing was. Frère Jacques, dormez-vous,
mm-hmm.
dormez-vous, sonne la matin.
L'avventura.
Oh, I have.
Leve, to get up. I'd sing with you, but I'm a girl. I'm going to go pour some hot water in my coffee cup. Back in a second.
Good morning, Chris, if you're still there.
So, should I wear the purple shirt instead of the standard black uniform shirt, being as it is now Friday, and pay my $2 for Friday privilege of wearing color, not black? Or should I simply wear it and say nothing because we're allowed to wear color all month for Pride Month and save my $2 for a coffee?
Hold on. You have to pay for the privilege? Like, where are you working that you pay for the privilege?
Just a big store. Just a big store.
And
it's a social thing. So they collect all the donations, the $2, the whatevers, and then they put on the social events randomly through the year. They have a social fund.
A social fund
Except
for a store.
I don't talk about work.
No, I mean, the thing is, it's
I'm saying that somewhat tongue in cheek, but also out of the fact that if people insult us on Facebook, we are not allowed to defend the store. We neither defend nor critique.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's so obviously employment as church.
Thank you. So are you saying that I'm not completely nuts and off my tree for having told people the last 2 years when I couldn't go anywhere else that work is my church?
Well, that's what that is seriously what it has turned to for so many people. And
they aren't completely wrong. Apparently there's evidence.
Well, it's beyond. Yeah, no, it's obvious. It's Paul's so in his video he was talking about you can't blow and suck at the same time.
It's very hard. I'm pretty sure you'd either implode or explode your ears and brain. Impossible.
Yeah, and it's like, hey, honestly, it's like I'm just tired.
That's the appropriate response.
No, I don't. I actually think the appropriate response is to get fired up and do something.
Oh, well, that's why I sort of said it was the appropriate response. You and I see things on different levels at times. I know that from some of our conversations. I think of becoming exhausted because of the what I do, not as instead of it doing anything. So, yeah. You shouldn't just be tired and do nothing. I'm developing an art form of permanent exhaustion and laughter.
Go to work, Sandy. I should go back to work.
Yeah, what are you writing about? Are they making you write another one of your theoretical or
no? So no, this is an actual training. This training is actually not nearly as bad as my classes for college, because it's actually like you're doing things like it's an actual suicide hotline.
Mhm.
So it's not just woke bullshit. They do have some components of actually helping people, as opposed to complete and utter woke bullshit.
I still don't understand woke. I've decided I'm either definitely woke or extremely conservative. I'm that confused.
No. Okay, so this is the thing. So yeah, okay, you have to understand why we've started calling it woke, because it's a demon.
Oh, I didn't know it had that was a name for. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
It's because it is a demon, and it possesses people. This is what I so
That's one of your other topics. Yeah, I'm not going to get you into that too deeply and take you away.
no, but it's actually what I want Paul Vanderklay to understand, that I haven't been able to, like, I would have talked about so okay. Paul is seeing the trees, he's not seeing the forest. He's not seeing the demons that need to be exorcised from his church. He's seeing the people who are being possessed by those demons, and he has a love for those people who are being possessed, as opposed to recognizing that there are demons which are using them to destroy his church.
I would love to have a longer conversation on that at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, Sandy, we should sometimes just talk. Okay. Honestly, Sandy, you need to find somebody near you to have conversations with.
I'm a city kid in a country town, and even the other little country town that I was in, that was on the edge of stuff in the middle of everywhere, that was still a little country town, they don't talk about some of these things. So I have absolutely enjoyed being able to talk to people about actual stuff.
So maybe you need to consider moving to a city. Like, I don't know what your situation is. I don't, and I can't speak to your situation. I really can't. This is the problem.
Don't let it frustrate you just because I have to deal with it.
Well, no, I mean, you've become a friend of mine, but like, you're thousands of miles away in a very different culture, and
I navigate this fairly well. Last year was brutal just because of timing. I've kind of alluded to that. I took about 6 or 7 years away from church, which means I was not choosing a new community in the new community when I lost the old community where I was. In part because I was still processing it. That's why I keep saying I'm writing memoir. I'm trying to figure out
But Sandy, that's not navigating this well.
Oh, that's one of my communities. Is I have some very tangible, real good for hugs people here that I write with, but they just
Oh,
live about a half an
okay.
hour away, so I
Okay.
don't always get to see them.
So
They are kind of like my version of this little corner.
so that's something that's practical, but
Oh yeah.
but
The church component is awkward because I gave the retailer Friday through Monday plus Wednesday as my available work days, plus Tuesday and Thursday when needed, as long as I don't have appointments, because that's
okay.
how retail wants your time, all of it.
Why is that? Why does that complicate church though?
Because I work every single Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, practically.
Oh, you're working Sundays too.
Yep. Yep. So, which is why your suggestion in my conversation yesterday with some of the Catholics in our midst about whether to like look at some of the midday Catholic options for some of their masses might be a practical thing, because even though I still have trouble getting to some of my other midday things, it does give me a second option. Or in the case of the one I looked up down the road, they have about 6 different services, I think. So it kind of increases the likelihood of getting to one a week.
Yeah.
So instead of one in every 4 to 6 weeks.
Well, this is why I suggested Catholic Church,
Yeah.
because that's how they work. Like there's a system and a hierarchy and like I'm sorry, I don't mean to go on a rant against Protestantism, but I could go on a rant.
You could. Even the Anglican where I used to go is still one day a week.
Well, of course
Always
it
the
is,
exact same
because of course it is, because everybody goes and starts their own church because that's what Protestants do, as opposed to an archdiocese which exists because there are enough people there for there to be an archdiocese, and then it creates dioceses and parishes because there are enough people for those to exist. And if there weren't, they would shut those down and move the resources. But that's not okay.
Yep.
I'm not gonna
Very
rant
well
about
said.
Protestants, and I need to do my work, and you need to go to work.
I do. I was looking it up. I hope that I hope that you have I would say good time, but that's not exactly what I mean. When I was doing when I was first on my own, I was holding 3 jobs: retail, physiotherapy, actually 2 physiotherapy jobs, plus plus the unpaid job, because if you wanted to go on any kind of assistance for no money here, they count non-paid work as work. Peer mentoring through one of the local mental health agencies. So I took the in-house training, plus I took ASSIST, which is our suicide prevention training here through the I forget who runs ASSIST. Anyway, yeah, so I'm assuming that's kind of more what you're taking than some just in-house theoretical stuff, or some in-house specific to particular agency training. So
I mean, it is specific, but it's not. I mean, it is specific, but it's also it is what it is.
Yeah, you're listening to you doing this reminds me I probably want to go and retake the but it takes a full week off work. So 2 weeks holidays, and I end up using like 4 days of 1 week to go and redo my ASSIST training. And I'm like, do I want to, or do I want to just say, I've taken it and leave it at that for a while? You're supposed to renew it every so often, but
What is ASSIST?
How do they actually suicide prevention training program. The world's leading suicide intervention training program, trusted by professionals, learnable by anyone. Living Works here puts it on. Where are we? Anyway, it's suicide prevention training through one of the major trainers for the area.
Why? Hold on, but it's not for something like a suicide hotline.
It can be, yeah. The people I trained with were either mental health workers, mental health volunteers, police, various whatever's, emergency services like firemen, etc., whatever. Yeah.
So it's for people who are in crisis?
It's for people dealing with people in crisis.
Right. So, I mean, a suicide hotline, it's a bit like this is okay, what do you do when someone calls the suicide hotline? And that's a very different situation in than let's say a policeman or a fighter who's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I called the police on a friend a number of years ago. Told them address, what it was about, why I thought they needed to come, where I was going, that I would be there and I would be waiting for them, blah, blah, blah. And basically got there before their mediator, and kind of, yeah, pulled the stuff out my back pocket. And it's definitely, in the moment is where you're dealing with something where somebody hasn't chosen necessarily to talk about it isn't different.
Yeah. So, hey Khalid, I saw your video with Tayo, and yeah, to some extent. I mean, the idea. Well, I don't know. I mean, women have always worked. That's the thing. That the whole narrative is just so weird and wrong. It's like what women were vast majority of women were able to stay home and not work. That's
Oh
just
no,
not what happened.
even 100
Um,
years ago my mother-in-law went out to work with a friend. They just did it weekly at a market.
oh, of course, women. I mean, this is the nuclear family is a nuclear disaster. That's what it is, and when you when when you have um, this concept of, oh, it's either us individually, right, as opposed to, oh, like cousins. I remember growing up, um, all the cousins would like, it wasn't play dates, it was like, oh, this is your turn to take all of the kids, and this is your turn to take all of the kids, which allowed the other parents time to do the things that they needed to do. And whatever.
We don't have that option anymore. And so for like in my situation, I'm working because there's only me to support me at the moment. So I get to choose to either support myself or not, and with obvious outcomes.
Right.
Um, and even during the raising of my kids, I worked part-time pretty much throughout the marriage. And yeah, I was the one saved for the house. I was the one saved, put the down payment. I was the one paid down the down payment because we were, the extras, because we were too poor to qualify for a bank mortgage. Like, yeah, practicality. And when I couldn't actually manage the work, which I was mostly doing either, those jobs that moms do, the retail, all the stuff that breaks you. Yes, you're not wrong, but it's practical. Plus the fact that what the other choice is that a lot of women do home care, daycare in their houses. My house was not suitable. My autistic deaf child was not going to make it easy. Like, no, I mean, I looked into options. You just do the things you can
Sandy,
do.
yeah, but I mean,
So
honestly,
women have always
yeah, yeah,
contributed. So yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And I am going to go to work.
Okay, go to work.
I'm enjoying walking now because I got told off by the doctor and I forgot what real air smells like. So I'm going to enjoy a leisurely walk to work for all of the 5 to 7 minutes it takes me to get there.
Have fun at work.
Oh, I will. I will. You enjoy your day.
Bye.
Bye.
You can jump on, Khalid, if you have time. Um, I have to say, sometimes I feel like the conservatives are buying a lot of. There is a link in the chat, but I'll put it in the chat again. I think. Uh, okay, so you can come on and we can talk about it, I guess. Khalid,
Hi.
ahlan.
Ahlan wa sahlan. Shukran. Thank you. So, are you like? How do you know a bit of Arabic? Are you brought up in Israel or something? Can you know?
No, I was born in Iran. I lived there until I was 7,
So,
and so Chazi wants Shabbat Torah thoughts. Exercise the demons. Exercise the demons. I don't know if you watched my very short video last night, Chazi, but you might want to do that because, frankly, I think it has lessons for. I think what's going on in the CRC has lessons for the thing. But okay, that's enough of Chazi. Sorry about that, Khalid.
that's cool. I'm
You
going to
were.
restream this. What are we going to talk about? I like to have a topic. Should women work? That's a good one. What do you think?
We could talk about that. Whatever you want to talk about.
Let's
It is.
bring a little title. Should women work? I'm going to restream it. Save settings or something.
Well, with StreamYard, you should be able to add. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just done it.
There
Yeah, I
you go.
learned from you last time I came. I didn't know there's a feature, so I'm learning.
Yeah.
Cool.
There you are.
All right, so I think women shouldn't work. It's a new form of enslavement. It's agreeable, and I think it might sound like a bit extremist kind of idea, but you can see families are absolutely falling apart, and there's lots of research on this, like the two-parent two-income trap. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, by Elizabeth Warren. I've heard of
Right.
that. Yes,
It's all coming out.
she wrote it with her daughter. See, this is the thing. I don't like the framing. I think and that's why I challenged you on the things you were saying. Not because I'm not a traditionalist. In fact, I am a traditionalist. At the same time, I think what's happened is that the traditionalists have been positioned in a certain frame by the wokesters, if you want to call them that, trying, and it's not even the wokesters. I mean, I could put it into woke language, systems of oppression and exploitation. Like you are absolutely right that women are being exploited for financial gain in the current system that we have. I don't think that framing it the way you are framing it
Mm-hmm.
is actually accurate to what we should go back to. Because have you heard of the Cairo Geniza?
Nope.
So this is a very interesting thing. In Judaism, we have a uh, actual religious law that any any writing which includes one of the seven particular names of God we consider particularly holy, that piece of paper cannot be destroyed. It should not be maltreated, so we bury them. Okay, now that's the actual like law, right? You could compare it to Sharia.
Okay.
And what's happened is around that has developed a tradition of uh, any writing, any holy writing being like people would, just to be careful, they similarly would not throw into the trash any writing that included even Torah thoughts or their children's homework from Hebrew school, or and then people even started um, maintaining like anything that was written with Hebrew letters, even if it wasn't. If so, what would?
So my understanding, you're basically saying everything that's anything related to God is so sacred, they take care of it.
They wouldn't throw it away. So
Okay.
that
How does this link with women going to work?
I will get there.
In Speaker's Corner, we like, you got 10 seconds, man.
Well, this is not Speaker's Corner,
Okay, fine.
Khalid.
All right. Okay.
Right? Okay. So what happened is that we now in Judaism we ended up with a lot of Genizas, and that's actually what the Dead Sea Scrolls. So we have lots of very old, just all kinds of things that would have been normally destroyed because they would have been put in the same place as any other trash, right?
Yeah.
And so these Genizas are very great. They're great archaeological evidence. Okay, the Cairo Geniza has things from even 1,000 years ago in it. It was discovered only a couple of hundred years ago, and only 100 years ago, and they're still going through it because there's so much, right? And what we see there is all kinds of 1,000-year-old in Cairo, very traditional, women owning businesses, women, there, all sorts of contracts, all kinds of court documents from the rabbinic courts where women are coming to collect. Your friend Tayo's here.
Hey, Tayo.
Hopefully
we're going to do the videos this Sunday. Anyway, watch out for that. Yeah.
And similarly, I mean, if you look, for example, in Proverbs, if you in the book of Proverbs, if you see, so there's a famous song we sing on Friday nights traditionally, including men to their women, right? Called "A Woman of Valor." That's Eshet Chayil, right? And when you see the description there, it says she makes a cloth and she sells it, right?
Just to clarify, is this based on culture or is this religious teaching? God says women should do X, and that's why they're going out to run businesses.
So Eshet Chayil the woman of valor, that is actually in our scriptures.
Okay.
This is Eshet Chayil, Proverbs 31, I want to say it is. Woman of valor. Yeah, this is the last section here. I'll pull it up. This is a Christian translation, but it should work. So this is actually a poem in the Hebrew itself, and men traditionally, like families, sing it to the Sabbath, which we liken to a queen, and men to their wives, right? And it's very famous, and this is from scripture. And so it says, she selects wool and flax and works with eager hands. She's like the merchant ship bringing her food from afar. She gets up while it is still night. She provides food for her family and portions for her female servants. She considers a field and buys it. Out of her earnings, she plants a vineyard. She sets about her work vigorously. Her arms are strong for her tasks. She sees that her trading is profitable and her lamp does not go out at night. In her hand, she holds the distaff, that's for weaving. She opens her arms to the poor and extends her hand to the needy. So she's giving charity. Her husband is respected at the city gates, and this is where we have the inner and outer divide in Judaism. A woman is considered the queen of the home, while her husband is what is known in the gates. He's the one who interacts with outsiders the most, certainly.
Right. So I agree that women should be the heart of the home. Men are better for outdoor industrial work, and that's actually borne out by the statistics. We're better at STEM. That makes us more industrious, makes us just better at making money, and women earn far less, etc. So all the statistics are out there. There's no like sexism. There's no unfairness in women. It's just how women operate. They're less good at being industrious. Men are better at. So why not?
Well, I don't think. See, this is the thing. I don't think women are less good at being industrious. The fact is that generally we have not put an economic value on the work that women do, and that's fine. Not everything needs to be denominated in dollars, right? And so again,
I'm just talking about the reality.
framing.
You could say that there is possible way to, monetize the work of the special kind of work women do, but it doesn't work like that. That's not the reality we live in.
Right. And that's what I am actually against, is even describing it in these terms of money, and like it's not about whether women work. Of course women work. Women do a lot of work constantly, and anyone who's seen a woman who is pregnant and has children, and my rabbi's wife, she should bless them and keep them, has 10 children.
I love it.
She's 2 years younger than me. I'm 45. She's around 43. I don't know exactly her age.
I'm 42 anyway.
But yeah, and she has 10 children. And in addition to having 10 children, she every week during the school year, she's cooking for hundreds of people for the Sabbath to come to her house.
I love it.
And doing like all kinds of things
I think she would agree with me, because that's what that kind of work I'm all up for. That's keeping the family together. Women are the best at keeping family together. Their conversations are different. They're not like to the point. They're like about understanding people. How do you feel? All this kind of stuff. We're relatively rubbish at that, right? I love it. So my question to you is, I think she would agree with me, but you don't, because she sounds like an Orthodox Jew. I love that stuff, but you sound like a liberal sort of Jew.
So that's the thing. Okay, so Chazi says it's about how they work. Kol kavuda bat melech plima. That's a Bible verse. So no, I see. I sound like a liberal because I think, and I was. You have to understand. I considered myself very conservative. I always called myself very conservative, and for a long time I argued from the conservative position, and I noticed that I was constantly losing. And
tell the truth.
What?
Just who cares? Like if you win or lose, you just tell the truth. Eventually, the truth will come out.
I agree. I agree in essence with what you're saying, because if it is true, right, it doesn't matter if it works in the short term. But the fact is that truth works in the long term. And so we must always look at how our society is being influenced and progressing. I mean, it's funny. I didn't want to talk about the thing that's been occupying this little corner of the internet the most, which is I don't know if you've heard of it, but there's a synod, which is like a majlis, it's
too many Jewish words for me, I think.
Oh, majlis is actually
Arabic.
Majlis.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
It's so.
Which means a gathering for everybody else, right?
Well,
I don't think everybody else understands.
Yeah. So
Arabic.
that's what synod means. It's a Christian term. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So there, a particular Christian denomination. There's a pastor of a particular Christian denomination who a lot of us in this little corner. So when Tayo came to Los Angeles and visited me, Vanderclay, Paul Vanderclay, he's a pastor in this particular denomination, and they just had their annual synod, which is the annual gathering of their church to make decisions. And it's been very, very, it looks like their denomination is going to be destroyed by this. It's
by what? Women working sort of thing?
Women, actually, it's funny.
What's destroying them?
Well, ostensibly it's about gay marriage. But actually women in office, so
why should that destroy it? It should be like, it's wrong. It's just wrong.
That's
Christianity. That's not Judaism.
That's exactly what's going on. Is so the synod is saying quite clearly, this is wrong. And last year's synod very clearly sent a message. They said, this is a part of our confessions, that this is wrong. And if you don't agree to this, then you are not believing in the teachings of our church.
And it probably needs to be explained why. I think a lot of Muslims are at fault at this as well. They don't explain how it's not natural, quote unquote. I think you can explain what is natural and what is not through a bit of logic. But it's not natural to be homosexual. There are Muslims who are some famous in Speaker's Corner. There's a famous guy who's homosexual and Muslim, but he doesn't promote it.
Right. No. Okay. So I mean, you have to understand the context in this church. It is actually a conservative church with conservative teachings, right? But the fact is that the children of the people who've been in the church for many years, right, are still members of the church, not because they believe in it, but culturally. So they believe in all of the things that the modern world is teaching, but they still want to be a member of the church, not because they believe in the church, but because this is their culture, right? And I'm guessing you have a similar thing. We certainly, in Judaism, we end up a lot of people who similarly, they don't believe in anything Jewish, but their parents were Jewish and their grandparents were Jewish, and so they want to call themselves Jewish without actually having the beliefs of Judaism. And that is what is actually, there are so many things going on.
I would say that there is some similarity within Islam, that there's a whole variety of people. But the difference in Islam is that we're clear about what's right and what's wrong. It's like, if you're doing it wrong, yeah, you can be a Muslim, but you know it's wrong. With Christianity, what's happened is, I can speak more for England, is the few Christians are left, they don't care about the Bible, and they think that's okay. They don't care what's in the Bible. They don't care if they follow it or not. They even hate the Bible. Like some of them believe like you should be transsexual. There is no role between men and women. Difference between men and women. All this kind of stuff.
Did you hear what happened in Arizona?
No.
Okay, this is a really interesting thing.
Okay.
So in Arizona, the state legislature has a lounge where the members of the legislature can just sit around, relax, that type of thing, eat their lunch or whatever. And they had Bibles there. And someone was taking the Bibles and putting them in the refrigerator, putting them in seat cushions, under seat cushions. So people would sit and find there was a Bible under their seat cushion. So the legislature put video cameras in the lounge to see who it was doing it. And they found the woman who was doing it. She is an ordained minister, Christian minister, who was doing this. And she's a youth pastor at her church. And she said that she was doing it to protest the fact that there was not enough separation of church and state. And it's like, and
so weird.
It's so incredible. And so the legislature is discussing how to censure her for her behavior. And my thing is, forget the legislature. I don't like, why are her, first of all, her constituents not up at arms demanding that she resign?
Mm-hmm.
Second, why is her church not disciplining her?
Mm-hmm.
She is supposedly a minister.
So she's a woman that's a priest or a pastor of sorts, right? So it sounds like it's a liberal church, no rules.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. But you know what? It's a mainline church. It's a very Connie says, "Oh wow, that's odd. Why don't they leave the church? They want to ruin it from the inside out, because they want to keep it, because it's their church and they don't want to let anybody else have it. It's honestly,
it's not a religious church. It's just a social space.
It is a social space. It's tribal. It's this is my family's church. This is my grandfather's church, right? And this is where my grandfather got married, and my parents got married, and I got married, and I want my children to get married here.
It won't be a social space for long, because when you don't have any rules, like marriage is a bunch of rules, but those rules make it work, There's so many beautiful rules that Christians, I don't feel like, practice much. I don't know if Jews do this much, do they? Like, Muslims, when they come across each other, have to say salam, right? And Jews, I think, should be saying a shalom.
Should be. So that's, I mean,
I love it if Christians would still do it.
there are various levels of so anytime you have an actual religious system, and the same thing exists in Islam, there are things which are wajib, right? There are things which you have to do, and then there are things which are considered commendable things to do, and then there are things which are optional, right?
So nobody's going to put a gun to your head and say salam, which means peace, right?
Yeah.
But like the whole beauty, like what I'm trying to get at is like these rules make life beautiful. Like London is the biggest killer in London is loneliness, and we're full of people who just ignore. They don't even make eye contact with each other. It's so sad. But people want to be social. And these rules make life worthwhile. Like you actually interact, you actually look at each other, you actually say peace be upon you. You actually say, basically it means I care about you, right? And a whole bunch of other things. All I'm saying is that these liberal Christians and probably liberal Jews, whatever you want to, whatever is happening, they're missing out big time.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. This has been part of my project with engaging Muslims in this little corner, because it's mostly Christian, and I think that having the Muslim view. So this is my little theological thing. I believe that God created Islam and Christianity as balancing forces to guide in the proper path, which obviously I believe is Judaism,
sure,
right?
Yeah.
And so I very much want to see the interaction with between Muslims and Christians, bringing both of them closer to what I would say is the original teachings of God.
And I would agree with you in the sense that just having the conversation, put the truth out there, and let it let's have this dialect. The truth will, become more obvious.
If you la ikraha fi din, what's the rest of the
religion?
But the rest of the surah?
I don't memorize stuff. I kind of know.
Don't have that surah memorized.
I don't memorize much. I just know stuff. Like, yes, there's no compulsion in religion. Truth has become distinct from falsehood and things like that. Yeah.
I have to find this surah. Which
surah
okay. Is it?
It's nice to have a Jew knowing so much about Islam and all the verses.
You're Khalid. I have to find the surah for you. Come on.
Okay, come on.
It's La ikraha fi din. Where is it?
Okay, I'm gonna put it on my big screen so I can read it. So I'm not ignoring you. I'm just gonna.
Am I? Where?
Whoops. Where have I put it? Where is the screen?
Which ayah is it? 256. 256. La ikraha fi al-dini.
Oh wow.
Had tabaya al-rushdu mina al-qayi faman yakfur. I'm really bad. You have to read it.
Oh my god, don't test my Arabic. Okay. Oh my god. And then
so I'll read the English translation they have here. Let there be no compulsion in religion. Truth stands out clear from error. Whoever rejects evil and believes in God hath grasped the most trustworthy handhold that never breaks, and God heareth and knoweth all things.
Yeah.
And it's that second part that the truth stands out clear from error, right? That I think is so essential there. Come on, Khalid. I'm the one who's pulling up the Quran for you.
I mean, I did paraphrase what it said, but I don't. You know what it is? I mean, I've never memorized much. I just kind of Yeah, so when I go to Speaker's Corner, I have my okay, this is what we're going to be talking about, and I get the verses ready so I can just say, here you go, sort of thing. But yeah, otherwise I internalize it. But yeah, I love that verse. The idea of why should there be no compulsion in religion? Oh, I'm looking at a different screen. Let's go back to this screen so I look like I'm looking at you. Yeah, there's a big screen over here so I can read what you were showing me. Yeah, so there's no compulsion in religion. Why? Because the Quran has made it clear wrong and right. So therefore, there's no need for compulsion. People should make their choice.
Truth, God, if you believe in the God of truth, right? I don't have to fight God's wars for him, right? He has, like, I have to do my part in living life, right? But those things which are belong to God, right? The Deuteronomy 29:29 is something I constantly bring up, right? The hidden things belong to God. Hanistarot Lashem Elokeinu, right? And what is in a person's heart, what is their actual belief, like that's in their heart.
That's true.
All that is revealed to us is what they do, how they act, and we have to maintain social standards as to, okay, you know what, some things are okay in our community and some things are not. And I mean, this goes all the way back to the synod, right? This conference that they're having is they have not been able to maintain, because all that happened was a bunch of women came and cried, and because the women were crying, the men,
why were they crying? Because
they were saying, you're kicking us out of the church because we don't believe that
but they're lesbians or what? All these women lesbians or what?
No. But no, okay.
Kicked out.
So last year, the decision was that you must believe that homosexual relations are sinful.
Yeah.
And this year, they were going to implement that, as in saying, if you do not confess, if you don't, so they have a thing where you have to sign that you agree with the confessions of their church, and they said this is part of our confession. So if you don't agree, you should not be a part of our church, right? So these people were like, you're kicking us out of church because we will not say that it is a sin, and they are publicly, in fact, teaching that it's not a sin, and the rest of the church is saying, no, this is a sin, and you are teaching against our confessions, and that's what was going on.
That's interesting. I think my take on that might be a bit more surprising. Is that in Islam, if you're a Muslim, it's really simple. All you have to say, what you do in your heart is different, but all you have to say, there's only one God and Prophet Muhammad is his messenger. But it doesn't mention homosexuality or whatever. We know it's wrong, but I'm not going to kick somebody out of the mosque for it. I'm just going to keep telling them this is how it is, right? And
it's the exact same thing in Judaism.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing in Judaism. Yeah. And that's what, that is, so with Christianity, because they don't have these standards of how you act is what keeps us in line, then they end up having the British invasion. The British are coming.
Yeah.
We sound like we're a joke. A Jewish, Persian, American, a Nigerian, British, Christian, and a I don't even know what to call you, Khalid.
Pigeonhole. An Ahmadi Muslim. Oh, a Christian Muslim. You could call that because I'm a believer I'm a follower of the second coming of Jesus.
Ahmadiyya, right?
Ahmadiyya, yeah.
Yeah. Ahmadiyya, the Indian. You're from India or Pakistan?
Pakistan, same thing.
Pakistan. Okay. Sorry.
Used to be one
Well,
country.
slightly different, but
if you're political, and you want to have a fight for something, some people just want to argue about anything. But yeah,
all sitting around talking about a Dutch reformed.
we're talking about a Dutch reform. We're not talking about Spinoza, are we, by any chance?
No. Well,
who's the Dutch reformed? Are we talking about Jew?
No. So Paul van der Klee's church is a Dutch church in the United States.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah, his family, actually, his ancestors were Jewish. Most of his so a lot of his father's family were killed in the Holocaust. Right. But many of them are Jewish and living in Israel. But his great-great-grandfather, I forget how many great-grandfathers, married a Gentile and wasn't part of the community anymore, and they ended up becoming Christian. So, yeah.
I just wanted to come on for the visual symbolism that.
Are you putting your head between two wings for a reason or something?
Yeah, it's all symbolism happens.
Now we need to actually find a white guy. Where are the white guys?
Aren't you white enough? Like, what do you think? You like slightly tan, so you're not white anymore?
I spent my entire high school career being called a sand N-word, right?
Oh, interesting.
Because obviously I'm from a Middle Eastern background, and so I was called a sand N-word. And even in the Jewish community, because I'm Sephardic, I'm from an Arab background, Persian background, right?
Yeah.
Similarly, like, I'm not one of the white Jews. And now suddenly I've become the white guy because everyone is claiming not to be white. When it was an exclusive club everyone wanted to be a member of, to be white, right? I was excluded. I went to segregated schools in Iran. Like, I'm one of the few people who lived in a segregated
I think our common friend Claire Core is listening and she's WhatsApping me.
Why are you friends with that demon?
What? She's introduced me to you, right? And
that's why I pay attention to her.
Right.
I know that she goes around menacing smart people. That's why I pay attention to her, because I see she pretends to be crazy. She pretends to be this crazy person who doesn't know what she's doing.
Right.
She knows exactly what she's doing. She is very, very good at what she's doing. And if you think she's doing what she says she's doing, you're just wrong.
So takes what do you say, Tayo?
Yeah, in my experience, she's not pretending to be crazy. She comes across very sane and very intentional with what she's trying to accomplish.
Then why is it that secular Koranism doesn't have a single convert? In 10 years, she's been doing this.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting point.
I didn't say it was effective. I said she was intentional with that.
But that's the thing. She's intentional. She's smart. She's a qualified barrister, right? She's a member. She's been admitted to the bar in England. Yeah. I think that's how the people who are paying her to do the work that they're doing are keeping confidential. I think she's in fact representing them legally as a barrister.
Just the mention of her name makes her colonize the stream whenever she gets mentioned. I find that interesting.
Which is why I think it's so important to to expose her. I don't want people to go away thinking that she's just another crazy person on the internet, because she's way more effective and
Well, I'll tell
capable.
you something. I agree with her because we have chats all the time, right? I think either this group and Vander. So who's the other guy?
Vanderclay?
Yeah. I'm glad that they're putting some rules in that church, right? But I never hear anything in terms of rules in his videos. It's like just waffling on, like they come up with some buzzwords and then they never get to the point. I was checking out Tayo mentioned the meaning crisis, and I thought, okay, let's check out that because that's very important.
For Vicky, yeah.
And then it's like the guy just talks and talks, but never says what's the solution. So, and I agree with her. This is just gibberish. Like,
it's not gibberish. It's not gibberish, Khalid. So this is the thing. So these people are very, very into the squishy left wing thing. But if you're truly trying to change how people work, like I got very tired of being the conservative in Los Angeles that's constantly losing. And I started thinking, okay, what exactly is going on here? Why is it that our message, what I thought was very clearly, so growing up in Los Angeles, I would see the craziness. And I'd be like, well, of course I'm not going to, like the craziness.
When you say craziness, crazy. I hear LA is very hedonistic and liberal.
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
It is. There is definitely a lot of craziness, which led me to consider myself as a conservative. And temperamentally, I mean, you have to understand that there's levels to this. So temperamentally, psychologically, there are people who will skew conservative in terms of they want to maintain that which is. And there are people who are open and creative, and they usually that's what's usually referred to as left, right?
Yeah. And I don't call it creative, but anyway, yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing, because you've become this framing. I'm
really sorry. I have to go. I was looking at the time. We got our Friday prayers, which, by the way, is live on YouTube. Just check out MTA, Muslim Television Ahmadiyya, live, and there's English channels, whatever. It's always live. You can see the Khalifa. We have a Khalifa, the only Khalifa in existence, and he will do his speech. People can listen in. It's all translated. There's an English channel. So thank you so much for your time. I was meaning to come onto your stuff again on your channel, and then I saw it live and I started listening in. So thank you for having me.
Go say your prayers. We might still be going when you get back.
All right. Thank you, Jacob. Nice to see you, Tyre. Hopefully see you at Speaker's Corner.
Bye, Khalid.
Bye. Shalom.
Shalom. Michael Sartori says, good morning. I guess it is. How are you doing, Tayo?
I am doing good. That was enjoyable. I was watching Synod Thursday, the Thursday thing, and I saw you come up. So, oh, Jacob's live, and to my surprise, he was talking to Khalid. I was like, oh, that's great, because it is someone that I was gonna do a just chatting stream with him soon. So
yeah, I mean, I'm actually very excited about getting more Muslim involvement in this little corner. I think it's really important. And in a weird way, I think we kind of have to become more global as we become more local. And it's weird, but it's true, I think. Khalid is back.
No, I just want to make sure I stop the stream on my side.
Oh, I can stop it for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye.
So, I in a weird way, I think we need to become more global while we're more local, because it goes back to the discussion we were having when you did that woke assignment interview with me, and we were talking about how if all these white people actually had any experience outside of the West, they might not be saying all the crazy, stupid things that they are.
Yeah, the comfort that the West offered affords you to live in
The
some level.
privilege,
Yeah,
honestly, it's their privilege. That's what's going on.
yeah. And in terms of we being more global as we get more local, that's literally the context in which I met Khalidin, because in being more local, I was on the foot on the ground, going to speakers' corner to engage with people in person, and that led to being more global and having conversation with a Muslim friend now.
Okay, if you're going to Speaker's Corner, can I ask you to please do something for me? Can
What's
you
that?
please let people know that Joshua the Jew isn't actually Jewish?
I did speak
Because
to.
it kills me that Joshua the Jew of Speaker's Corner is well known as being a Jew, and the man's not Jewish.
I I'm trying to remember. I did have a conversation with Jew. He's said he's been attending Speaker's Corner for 20 plus years, and his name might have been Joshua, but he did not pretend to be a practicing Jew. He
Oh, no,
like
no, no, no. First of all, Joshua, I don't think he's certainly not old enough to have been coming to Speaker's Corner for 20 years, because he's definitely, I think, under 30. But he dresses like a Hasidic Jew. He talks mostly like a Hasidic Jew, but I've watched his videos, and I can tell he's one of those people who's decided he's a Hasidic Jew, and he's not a Hasidic Jew.
and meaning he's not practicing or is just not Jewish.
Well, I don't know what exactly he's practicing, but a lot of the things that he's doing are like he's very much. I mean, it's somebody who's wearing an outfit. He's decided to be Joshua the Jew at Speaker's Corner. Uh, Let me see if I can find.
Yeah, Speaker's Corners like randos come to life. You do encounter a lot of crazy, but there are people passionate about the things that they're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I'm wondering if this is the correct guy. Yep, here it is. Joshua the Jew in Speaker's Corner. Share this tab. That guy. That's Joshua the Jew.
It looks
And
yeah,
I found this video by Googling Joshua the Jew Speaker's Corner.
so infamous Joshua the Jew.
Yes, Joshua the Jew, who's obviously not Jewish, partially because he's like I would never go to Speaker's Corner to like spread the message of Judaism. That's against our religion.
What is like one of my favorite things to observe at Speaker's Corner is the conversation, the shouting match between the Jewish representative and the Black Hebrew Israelites of different sorts that are there. It's always entertaining.
What Jewish representative, as a Jew, what like I have to say, sometimes I do want to. Sometimes I
Oh,
do want to. Hey, Fezzi.
Fuzzy.
Sometimes I do want to confront the Black Hebrew Israelites, but again, not evangelizing is part of our religion.
Yeah, that was my how I started the conversation with the Jewish person I spoke to, who Khalid actually introduced me to. Are you doing
Claire
anything?
wants to jump on the stream. Should I let her on? She doesn't have her video on. I have a rule. If she doesn't turn her video on, she doesn't get on.
Why are you up right now, Jacob?
You're in charge, Jacob. You complete.
Yes. I couldn't sleep. I don't know if that was deliberate or not. What'd you say? Oh, so you were talking to somebody else.
I'm replying to my little brother. He's asking how much rice he should cook, and it's a Nigerian house. There has to be rice at all, always.
You know, Persian. It used to. We literally used to have a rice cooker. So 2 things we had in our house when I was a child. We had a rice cooker that basically everybody knew if there wasn't rice in it, yeah, you probably should be the person who makes the rice because right,
Yeah,
there needs to be rice. And there was a kettle of tea, and if the tea was like, if there wasn't tea, you should make tea, right? Now, obviously, we certainly don't, like, nobody in my family has a rice cooker like that anymore. But my parents, the first time the tea molded over, my parents were shocked. We didn't even know that tea could mold over, but like they hadn't drank it for long enough that it had mold on it. And like it was like, when would tea so my parents stopped brewing tea, and now they have tea bags, which is like, that's how you know when you're no longer really Persian, is when
when you've got tea bags in the cupboard.
Up.
And that's how you know when you're British, when there always has to be a tea bag in the cupboard.
I mean, tea bags really aren't that bad. It's not very different, but yeah, when you made fresh brewed tea, like it was a completely different thing. Anyway, enough about tea. You British people always getting us talking about tea.
What can I say? We would be rude not to. Claire wants to know, so what is the meaning crisis?
Why are we talking about that demon?
We're not talking about the meaning crisis.
What is the meaning crisis? The meaning crisis is the psychological epidemic that is causing very real effects in our lives that hasn't been really named, but there's an epidemic of suicide, depression, anxiety, loneliness, human misery, and suffering that we are seeing in what is called weird countries, which is Western, educated, industrialized, something developed. I forget what the other word was, the R stands for. But what we are seeing is that people who are materially flourishing are actually, you would think would be flourishing, are actually suffering emotionally and socially, which is causing physical manifestations. And that's why people have started talking about Dostoevsky and a lot of this is it's real. Yeah,
the R stands for rich.
Western,
educated, industrialized, rich,
developed countries. And so these weird countries are having this weird thing happening, which is that people who seem to be materially just fine are in fact doing very, very poorly. And that's the meaning crisis.
I had a conversation with Karen Wang yesterday, and we sort of touched on the road this. She had a good idea of having phrases or a card of phrases that can sort of detail what this locator is doing, because the critique of just we're just talking and we're just talking about nothing, it's a fair one if you're not following along the conversation. It can just sound like, what was it that I think you were there? Yeah, you was when my friend referred to the videos that I watch as old white guys talking about nothing. Which
So look, so there are two components. There's the component where we are trying to figure out what's going on, and then there's the component where once we have figured out what's going on, we communicate that to other people effectively, right? And these are two very different processes that both need to be in play. And a lot of the discussions that we're having is in trying to figure things out. But yeah, I mean, on my Discord, if you've seen the rules section, like that is my attempt at actually coining phrases. And I have been coining phrases. I mean, we are not atomistic individuals. There are several phrases that I try to repeat over and over again because I think they are distilled.
what's the on-ramp phrase that you would say? The first one to dip your toe into the little corner.
You know what? I can just read the rules. Let me just see what's going on here. I can just read the rules on my Discord. We are all here because we see a lot of not only incompetence but downright corruption. It is eating away at our society. People are justifiably distrustful. I hope it is perfectly clear that I am just as much worried about corrupt and negligent administration of power as everyone else here. But the solution is not to stop trying to find trustworthy people. It is to secure our distributed cognition, to earn each other's trust and extend that trust in competent ways. An individual human being is not a viable living organism. We are not atomized individuals. We think in community with others. Others keep us sane. We distribute our cognition to other people we trust. The whole purpose of the server is to extend our trust to competent and honest people.
It's a pretty good.
This server is a strict hierarchy. The goal is to elevate the voices of capable people over the foolish.
Which I remember there was a big hoopla about that distinction being made in this little corner.
Look, you have to be able to call things out as foolish. If you can't, then forget it.
Yeah.
Distributed cognition effluent. So this is somebody who's on Claire's channel. I highly recommend moving over to the chat on my channel instead, because that's where most people are watching.
All right, so they're streaming this to our audience.
Yeah. That's the only reason why I haven't kicked her out, is I want her. Well, it's not like there's one person watching on her channel, but distributed cognition is actually, so this is the thing. Claire has a project of distracting and deranging the conversation of intelligent, good people. Like, she is very effective at what she does.
Don't let's move off, Claire, and you can go back to distributed cognition. You were gonna
So
explain that.
distributed cognition is a technical term that cognitive scientists use and is very important.
And what is it? What is it?
So,
what does it mean?
okay, the way I explain distributed cognition is say there's not enough computing power in your skin to run your body. There's a lot of people think that who we are, our thoughts, ourselves is contained in our skulls. It's definitely not contained in your skulls. What distributed cognition has in fact shown is it's not even in your skin. It's not even in your own body. And that's why if you if you are in solitary confinement, you will lose your mind. You as a human being cannot actually function as an individual person by yourself. You will lose your mind if you do not have at least a pet animal, right? Because you need to distribute parts of your cognition to other people. So yourself, who you think of as yourself, is partially contained in the other people you speak with. That's distributed cognition. And that's the most surprising thing that cognitive scientists. So cognitive science is the attempt to replicate human function in computers. And what cognitive scientists have found in trying to do that, trying to create computer models of functioning human beings, is that there is not enough computing power within your skin to run your body.
I think that's a clip right there. Clip it.
Well, somebody else is going to have to clip it because I don't make clips.
I'll do it. Don't worry.
Khazi,
Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that. So you're up, Jacob, because you're just up?
Yep.
Here you go. Well, Tiger has a good excuse. It's 2 o'clock by him. Do you know what Parsha? Do you know what weekly portion it is, Jacob?
I know that we're on different parshiot, Chutz La'aretz from Eretz Yisrael, so we're still on last week's parsha as far as you're concerned.
We are reading the famous parasha of Korach. What's Korach in English?
That's how appropriate is it that in Israel they are reading Korach, and that's exactly what happened at Synod.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a. Paul just posted this like one video of him like in this random room, and he just looks so sad.
It honestly, okay. So I don't know if you watched my short video from last night.
I did not.
Part of the reason it was so short is I started crying when I was talking about Paul's video. Because honestly, it was like, this is supposed to be a happy day when it's the graduation of his son, and the pain was visible, and yeah.
Well, I think the pain is visible both because of seemingly what's happening to his church, and I forgot who were you having this conversation with, maybe Laura, but you were mentioning how Paul's sort of stuck where he is. Like, there's no him moving or changing, or like, this is it. So he sort of has to accept this as like the new fact, and that's, I think, is very difficult for him.
Paul is Catholic.
Well, this is the thing. So if Paul's credentials as a minister are held by his church and the elder board, I could be absolutely evil and like manipulative and get a bunch of like encourage a bunch of people to join Paul's church, get elected to his elder board, and and votes.
It sounds like a lot of work, Jacob. Maybe just like
vote his so what is it called? Living Stones, right? Living Stones Christian Reformed Church votes to leave the denomination, and then Paul would be forced to go with them. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to Tayo, you need to join Living Stones Christian Reformed Church, become an elder, and get the elder board to leave the CRC, and then Paul will be free of this burning house being burnt down by the Wokarati.
I think to your point in your Polish Catholic stream,
Yeah,
that's not what Paul wants. Paul's going to go down with the ship, and in terms of being local to be global, in this context, is most local are that is the dying church that is pastoring over, and is solely committed to those people. And in that video you could see that it was clearly saddened.
I'm obviously joking.
Yeah, I know, but seriously, it's similarly to both you and Ezzy. When I watched that, you could just feel the pain through the screen, and like you said, it's the graduation of his youngest son. Yet, also I sensed that he wasn't ready to do a commentary video on the Thursday preceding. And even though he was doing the Wednesday, the Thursday was just looming there, and you could feel the shadow of it was a very intense video. But I think this entire process has been very, for me, illuminating to see how things get done on the ground in like denominations or CRC specifically, but it gives context to other situations. And it's easy for us that are not CRC affiliated at all, apart from via the algorithm of Paul van der Clay, to come on here and talk about the days and but see the sides very clearly. But I'm pretty sure underground things are a lot more muddy. You've got relationships that have been built over multi-generational relationships that are being having that struggle with. And watching Synod on the floor, I had a lot of empathy to the speakers, the committee leaders. Just there was a lot of tensions, and a few times some of them cracked and were like, I think one of them just says, "I want this on the record. This sucks. This really sucks." And I'm sure it does, and I'm sure it's. I do love that every now and again someone will get up and say, let's just pray, because that's the best thing to do. That was encouraging.
No, it wasn't. See, this is the thing. Okay, so.
Well, they're praying to Jesus. I don't think.
No, that's not the point. No, that's not the point at all. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so let me pull up Twitter. Hello, Michael Sartori.
Hello.
Okay, I am going to pull up this Twitter thing. So getting into fights with Dutch people with Dutch last names. And he says, I disagree. I think revisionists are seeing the writing on the wall, and the patience of Synod will not last forever. Synod 2023 continued to move things in the right direction. If Synod 2024 does move the ball forward on discipline and gravamina, I will agree with you. I think he means does not. And my response to him is, you obviously have not been paying attention to how the woke operate. Like, they are playing the long game. They are playing the long game. And so they're winning in this thing where they're playing the long game.
But the long game doesn't. I don't see the long game ending favorably for them. They are the minority. All of their victories came via a minority report. That still remains the fact. The vast. I love whenever one of the ethnic, especially the Koreans, came up to speak, because they were very concise. This is where we're at. This is what we're going to move forward with, and I don't see that changing. They might be playing the game to prolong the amputation, but there is going to be an amputation.
This is the thing. I am not worried about the Wokarati winning. I don't think there's any possibility of them winning. I am worried about the damage they will do on their way to losing and what the backlash is going to entail. Because the backlash could get really, and you're already seeing it. I mean, even in that stream we had where Hank and Lance and Mo, they were like, you can't give them an inch. We have to, and that backlash, what worries me about Synod 2023 ending how it did is I expect Synod 2024 to come back with a vengeance.
And by that you mean the conservative side to be
with a vengeance.
I agree. I see that.
And these people are playing with fire. Neeland Avenue keeps on playing with fire, and they're going to burn the entire church down. That's what worries me. That's what gets me, because frankly, I couldn't care less if the CRC, like, that's not my business. If the CRC confessions, if the Belgic confession, if the CRC decided we don't care what people's sex lives are like, that's not. But I see the destruction, and that's what worries me.
Michael, what says you?
So I do think that there is, like, the backlash thing could be a problem. Like, this is a concern I've seen just in regard to, like, a lot of the churches that are kind of embracing things like Christian nationalism or whatever. Like, and it's really hard because a lot of it, I think, is personality types, the high openness people versus like the high conscientiousness people. And you need to have a way to keep those people together, and they need to be together not only in like a denomination, but they need to be together in like a local church. They probably need to be together like in a family, like, and the thing is that you have to figure out how to unite those disparate types of people, because if you don't, people will just keep sorting along those kind of personality, temperamental lines, and then you just get a more and more polarizing effect
until you get a civil war.
Yeah. So you have an amicable splitting, but it just,
there is no amicable splitting. Like,
well, I mean, eventually, no. You have to be able to cross those boundaries at some point, like on some level of society, and so, like, this is what I said. When Paul was saying that other guy that was talking about evangelism and the big win of the thing.
Yeah.
That to me, that is the most important. That is the most important thing, because because the problem is when both sides accept like the born this way thing, because then you have people that are saying, like, affirming people, like they will never, like, because then neither side believes you can change. You have to have the belief that people can change. So because the conservative people, when the conservative people start saying like seeing like gay people as people that are incapable of change, and not even in regards to like that their attraction can't change or whatever, but like, you know, self-control is a fruit of the spirit, and we all have to be able to deny things that we would desire to do for a
I have to
good.
okay, but I have to move this out of the homosexuality, because it's not like the Neeland Avenue didn't appoint an elder in order, a married lesbian elder, in order to because like they were controlled by their lusts. That's
No,
not what was going on.
right. No, but that's what I'm saying is that's a temperamental thing. That's because they have no people that there is no tension within the church. It's all openness. It's some, you know, when Paul had that other discussion, it's like the guy talking about the gas pedal and the brake pedal. Is that you have all gas pedal is just accepting more and more, you know.
Again, I think so. This is what is my frustration with Paul Vanderklay. There are people who are arsonists in your church, and it's so as long as we're talking about gay people, right, and how we're going to deal with homosexuality, right? Preston Sprinkle has that completely hashed out, and the people who actually care have their theology actually, but what's happening is that people are using this issue because they see it as a wedge issue, as a way in which they can sow discord and confusion, and they are using it to dismantle power and privilege, because they're revolutionaries. There's actual evil behind what's going on in Neeland Avenue. Real evil.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Like the problem. Well, yeah. So, well, I mean, it's the problem is that, you know, so you see there's like a vocal minority within the synod or whatever that's having an oversized power, and that's probably also true within that local church. So you have a congregation that just wants to be loving and accepting, but it's being manipulated by a few people who really just want to rebel or, you know, seize control or whatever that impulse is.
Well, and frankly, I mean, I don't know that. So this is why I think the language of demons and spiritual possession is very useful, because I'm not blaming. So Paul DeVries is the guy who was the president of the Senate, right? And his actions, like, I am sure he's a nice guy with great intentions, but he has been possessed by an evil spirit from outside that is using him to destroy the CRC.
That's the spirit of tolerance is what you're referring to, I'm guessing. Because
What do you mean?
What spirit are you referring to? Is it the tolerance that the other side, or?
So, okay, I think there are ways like tolerance. There are appeals that this demon is making to entice him, and it's always appeals. Satan never always tries to convince you that you're doing the right thing, but there is this demonic force that is out for destruction, that is a destructive force that is manifesting itself in the CRC, and it's destroying the CRC.
Yeah, I mean, I think that conservative, or I don't want to say conservative, the good intentioned, kind, loving boomers, I don't like to just say it's, I think it is kind of a problem with the generation, is that, they had lived such a charmed life that they had never considered the possibility of making a hard choice, and honestly, like, I kind of feel like it's like, because across like Christianity, and I think, I watched that that Fear and Tremble, as much of that Fear and Trembling video as you can find, like without buying a DVD.
Without Trembling Before God, you mean?
Yeah, that one there. So Fear and Trembling is Kierkegaard's book I just started reading, where he talks about Abraham's choice. And that's the thing, is that, like, so many people have, I think there's been a lot of spiritual leaders who have, they've had to confront this thing through the lens of their own child becoming, coming out or whatever. And the fact that suddenly changes their conviction that they've built their career and their life on or whatever, and they can't figure out a way. Like, that's the problem. It's like boomers can't figure out a way to love their children without affirming everything their children want.
I have to go back to Jacob's greatest hits, but Christians turning love into an idol.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, that's the thing, because I count myself among this young people. I have very young kids, and it does make you more conservative. And when you see this stuff coming at, aimed at young children, it dispels that ruse that this is, it's totally grooming, and it's totally nefarious. And you go and look back at this stuff, and it's like, it started way back when with like an anti-bullying campaign. Like, that was the whole thing all along. It's like, yeah, well, who's not opposed to who wants bullying? Nobody's going to support bullying. We're all against bullying. And then it just turns into like,
did you listen to the interview that Jordan Peterson did with that Orthodox Jewish female psychiatrist, Miriam something?
I don't know. The one that got pulled off YouTube or whatever?
It might have got. What was that? The one that got pulled off YouTube? So there's this psychiatrist, right? And she actually, like, she wasn't born Orthodox. She became Orthodox and observant through going to medical school.
Is she the one that talked about the
sex ed?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
And the parents. She really talked a lot about parents. So she got involved in all of this because she saw what was being taught in sex ed, and she saw that it was Gnosticism.
Yeah.
And she wrote a book a long time ago, and she started confronting the sex ed stuff in schools. And and now she's gotten very, very involved in supporting parents. There's a echo, Chazi. That she's gotten involved in supporting parents whose kids are going through transition, like trying to help them regardless of what their position is, whether or not they and yeah, that interview on Jordan Peterson was really, really good. I think you would especially appreciate it because from a parent's point of
I'm
view.
pretty sure I saw it. I'm just not remembering exactly which one it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so yeah, it's weird, but I do see like there is a problem on both sides, and I think that the conservative backlash can be really bad. And it's funny because like I see a lot of people who are basically saying like, Doug Wilson's interesting. I think he's actually a pretty like I think a lot of really really conservative people grab onto him, but he's actually a lot more
Moderate.
yeah, a lot more moderate than a lot of his fans are.
He's definitely trying to moderate and be a good shepherd.
Yeah.
And I see that actively, and that's something that he's done for a long time. Like he was very involved in the abortion stuff, and in making sure that like the abortion people were using Christian means to try to win that fight, right? As opposed to, and I think he's using the same skills, and that's partially why, like, I call him the smartest dumb guy I know, and because honestly, there's a bunch of stuff like I listen to his stuff and I'm like, how do you not recognize what's going on here? Because he is so smart, but I think his distributed cognitive network is very different from ours. Like he's really siloed within Christian fundamentalism, and there's a bunch of things he doesn't see because of that, I think.
Perhaps, or also like so it's really interesting. So obviously I've read a lot of like Francis Schaeffer stuff, and he was kind of trying to get like Christian people aware of like stuff that was going on in the world. He was dealing with like all these existentialist philosophers and stuff, and but then like you look at this like this stuff about like his son who turned into a total wacko, and like and his son and he's like, well, I don't know why my dad like wasted his time with like all these fundamentalist people, when he and I think that sometimes like these wise people who are wise know like they know that they're in a silo, or like they're somewhat aware of the outer world, but they realize like the rest of the people that are really in that silo aren't going to have the wisdom or the discernment to handle some of this stuff the right way, and so they moderate their message a little bit. But so I would say like but the problem I see is that like the people that are following after Doug Wilson, they people will always take some of the wrong parts more extreme and ignore some of the important things that they're not picking up on. And it's like, people who think like Moscow, Idaho is going to be like this little utopia. Well, in 50 years or 100 years or something, it's going to be the next Grand Rapids, and you'll have all these people who are born into this culture, and the problem is they've totally confused what it being a Christian with being part of a culture, and and even to the point of they say they know all these confessions, so they say all the right things, but they're not really understanding the meaning of it. So and that's what I think like and that's what my fear is, like, honestly, because I can see strongly like it would be very easy for me to want to take my family and always be putting them into the more like conservative church and the more this and that, but it's like I have to at a certain point use wisdom and expose my children to some of the brokenness of the world and be a light. And I think that the problem is you have to figure out how to balance these things. And so that's like I almost feel like the solution in like a denomination, I think affirming church is too far. But you have to have like a church that is very accepting, but it's almost like that's not the church where the families of the young kids are going to go. So you have the church for the family of the young kids, and then when they start to get a little bit older, the parents have to be like, okay, now we're going to take our family out of the nurturing local church and go into the more missional, evangelistic local church. And
see, okay, the Chabad model, and I have to say, this is actually something that in Judaism I think we've had to deal with in like a lot. And Chezi knows I have my concerns about like the very, very insular parts of our community that are sometimes like they're stifling, right? And the Chabad model has actually been to send the young children out at pretty young ages and expose them to the wildest things. And the Rebbe always did this, and he lost many of his best students. Like they stopped being a part of the movement. But those best students who ended up creating Neo-Hasidism have in fact really influenced the rest of Judaism in ways that it's honestly, I don't know how the Rebbe saw, and maybe I'm just babbling and not making any sense to the Gentiles. Hopefully I'm at least making sense to Chezi. But the Rebbe really saw how to do things in ways that I don't think many other people have been able to replicate. And this is part of the reason why I grieve his loss so much. He was a leader who was able to navigate these waters. He died in 1994, and everything that in retrospect 30 years later, I just think he navigated things with such foresight that I think it has to be the guidance of God.
yeah,
I would
no,
sorry, go ahead, Michael.
go on. Oh, I was gonna say that the only that kind of reminds me of like so like Tim Keller, and you know the currently conservative people that have this criticism for Tim Keller, like he really walked that. Like, okay, it's like you're thinking like, oh, he's woke and he's liberal and all this stuff. It's like he started a mega church in New York City that's very conservative theologically, and he got people to come, and he made real converts to Christianity. Like, you know, if you don't see, if you just write him off, like, you know, he found a lot of that balance that is, you know, unfortunately, I think the whole like negative world thing is you know, a true, you know, his time, he was the right guy for like the neutral world, and now we're in a little bit of a different time, but that's still like, you know, you should not write off everything you accomplished. So
well, first off, Michael, good morning, and Matt, good morning. Good to see you guys.
Morning.
I'm going to connect this to this weekly portion just because I'm thinking for myself what I want to be telling my nephews today at the Shabbat table. But it is a sense of there's a time and place for all these things. So you could have a more nurturing church when they're younger and move on to a different church when they're older. So even with Moses and Korach, when he challenges him with his group, with his crew, and obviously the ground swallows him up and he's done. And his attitude was like, listen, we're all holy. We're all holy. Why do we have this hierarchy? Why is Moses in charge? There is a teaching that Korach was aware, so to speak, of his descendant down the line, Samuel. And Samuel very much sort of lives out the dream Korach had, which is bringing down the hierarchy. He moves, he doesn't go back. He doesn't bring the ark back. He has his own little temple. He himself sacrifices some of the some of the sacrifices and not the high priests. So he's very against hierarchy, and his whole attitude is against hierarchy. However, I think Moses and God at the time were aware that there's a time and place for this. So there's a time and place where there has to be a hierarchy, and there's a time and place where it's, when you have more of this renegade attitude, or when you need to really go down a different route, which is also accessible to you, but all in the right time. And obviously, we learned this also with Jacob and Esau, how we always ask, like, how are twins so opposite? And we learn from there, Chanoch et hanar lefi darko, right? Teach the child according to his own way. And I think that this is easier for me in Judaism. I don't know if you guys could do this in Christianity, but all lanes are open to me. So when I'm faced with a certain challenge, or I'm faced with a certain situation, I open up my toolkit of whether it's Sephardic Judaism, Ashkenazi Judaism, Hasidic Judaism. All of them are my options right now to weave through and see how I deal with this situation in front of me. So, when we see Jonathan Peugeot and this whole revival of this is what the early church fathers were saying, it somehow needs to come out again in a Jordan Peterson, Jonathan Peugeot way to attract people again. But they're using those same tools again. But they're Jedi masters. They're aware of how to use the Force in that way. And for the general crowd, I would agree. They still very much need the manual. Having said that, in our ever-changing times and technological times, this is where it becomes more important to at least make people aware that there's other things outside the basic manual, and there are other options out there that you could at the very least tap into when you need to. But I don't know if all that made sense, but
Yeah.
wow, silence.
So
Matt,
I think that's
you have the floor. We've all been talking. Preach.
Oh, I mean, I've been wondering what the how the Jews deal with this situation, and as usual, I'm really, I don't know. I find a lot of wisdom in the response in how you guys do handle it, because it does seem like from the Christian perspective, we typically just follow what our one denomination is saying, and that includes, we could be Russian Orthodox, and I think of that as the denomination. We're only listening to people in a single line of thought, and we don't, for some reason, we don't give ourselves a lot of permission to kind of operate in different modes like you guys do, which I think it kind of hamstrings us, frankly. And so we get people like what's his name? You guys were just talking about him, the Moscow, Idaho guy,
Doug Wilson.
and nobody knows how to deal with them because they're just operating in the modes that their own specific, usually hyper specific tradition gave them. So
I think that is
I don't know.
We'll deal with them. In the Protestant land, we'll deal with them by fracturing and creating spaces where you can sort of stumble your way through, and that's why people leave churches. You get to a point like, this, my understanding of salvation doesn't align with this church. So, is there a church that aligns better? Which isn't, again, every solution's guy's drawback, because that you can just then get just sort of caught up in a loop of moving from church to church. But part of how we allow spaces for this thing to go like that is by going into our separate corners if need be, and saying, okay, this is in this corner, this is how we see the things, and in that corner, that's how they see things. I think the human sexuality reports thing is been evidence that that's a big dividing line, because we've now had time to see churches that go affirming and churches that go non-affirming, and the trend is very clear in terms of which one remains a church a decade or so later, which is why the amputation that the CRC is going through, of course, it's difficult because of the reasons that we've already said. It's generations of friendships and all of this like playing out in real life. But I think it will be for the best, and God will be glorified. I think it was very obvious that the Calvinist denomination, I think it was actually said on the floor that they take a high view of God and low view of man. That's the drawback of being a Calvinist. Is God is all the way high, great, but man is lower, and they're struggling. They're trusting God, which is why I referenced the prayer. Like somehow God is going to help us through this. And I don't think the conservative side is going, yes, this is the line. You guys can go away. It would have been best. That also would have been painful. There's no easy way out of this, and I think they're doing their best, struggling through it.
Jess has graced us with his presence. Evangelical non-denominationalism was a kind of unity that united Christians from different denominations, but it's being split into the woke and non-woke as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, that's I would say that's the tradition that I'm in, and there is a real good value in that because by lowering the amount of like the standard by which you say like, is this person a Christian? It does, like you can have a lot more people of diverse beliefs worship together in one church, and that can be really good. And then it also allows you to, it's like there's a guy at our church. He's one of the elders, and he did a sermon the other day and was talking about like the Jesus prayer, from like the Orthodox tradition. And it's like, there's nothing preventing, a person in an evangelical church from listening to Catholic people, Orthodox people, to listen, to resource the church fathers or the reformers. Like, it's all.
So you guys do have that. You are kind of operating where you can kind of like Hezi, where you can identify whichever route you want to go.
Matt, I forgot what's your affiliation? What church do you go to?
Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant, Presbyterian.
Presbyterian. Okay.
Like Tim Keller.
Yeah.
So and like Doug Wilson, we're in the same. Well, I think we kicked him out. Like we did excommunicate him. But what are you going to do after that? You gonna
What'd you excommunicate him for?
For much earlier, for 20 years ago, stuff that was the seed of this stuff, I guess, in some sense. Not the nationalism thing, but some of the other stuff. Federal vision is kind of the phrase. But we had the equivalent of a synod where we kind of evaluated what he was saying about family structures. And as patriarchal as we are, he was kind of I think he was kind of innovating new paradigms, at least from our perspective. So we kind of said, you got to go. But I mean, and people still blame us for him, but what are you going to do? You want us to kill him? Like, what do you want? What do you want us to do? So it is what it is.
I mean,
that's to you, Jacob, like it was a visionary.
Honestly, it sounds to me like he was a visionary. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, yeah. If we killed him, I wouldn't hear the end of it from Sam. He'd be talking about it for the rest of his life. So we're just not going to, for the sake of not hearing Sam complain about us killing Doug Wilson, we're just not.
That's why you didn't kill him, was because Sam.
We'd never hear the end of it. I missed you guys. I'm glad. It's cool that you're streaming so early.
No, it's not. I couldn't sleep.
It's not because.
Oh no, you're streaming late. Oh no.
No, I did wake up. But I woke up because I couldn't sleep.
Oh.
Yeah, but it is like Jess says. I think they are sorting against like woke and non-woke. That's the way churches are sorting. And that's why I said my concern is that the sorting happens by like temperament and personality and like big five stuff, and then which is going to create a polarizing effect. And there has to be ways for churches to stay together along some of those lines, or else it just, I mean, I think awareness of that as a problem is a good starting place, but like I feel way more like I always feel like I'm arguing against whatever like tribe I would normally want to identify with, because like I go to my church and I'm like saying, well, Catholics, there's a lot of Catholics that really love God. I don't think we should just say they're not Christians. And then I'm arguing like against my evangelical the conservative thing about like, well, we shouldn't just make it impossible for like somebody to walk in the door if they're a sinner, like so it's always finding that balance. And the thing is that it will never be solved by documents or decisions. It's a constant active participatory thing in always listening and engaging with people that are unlike you, and realizing that, I mean, if you read the Bible, the thing that everybody always finds out is that they were wrong about something, and I mean, it's like it took David having all the success and becoming like the best king and all this stuff before God could really teach him the things that he wanted him to learn, through the episode with Bathsheba. And the problems were in his heart were there even when he was a shepherd in his father's field, but there was no way for him to realize his weakness and his problems in that scenario. So, he had to be exalted and put in a high place so that he could fall and realize, his need all along. And I think we're just, the thing that we're always trying to just like make the perfect system that will last forever and won't be corrupted. Well, it never really, we're trying to eliminate the need for God and for other people.
I have to go back to Jacob's greatest hits. I wish Christians actually were more messianic. Honestly, like, I wish Christians were looking forward to the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth as it is in heaven. And we're looking forward to the revelation of the Messiah. And I'm sorry, like, if you don't have that vision and that anticipation and hope for a kingdom of God on earth, you're gonna end up the type of theological nihilists that I think Calvinists are.
I don't think it's lack of vision. It's more of lack of clarity of what the kingdom of God on earth looks like. Because I think everyone on that Senate floor they're all open they can't wait for Jesus to come back and sort this all out. They don't want to be the one doing it. But in the meantime, they've got to participate and sort out what the church looks like now today in their lifetime. And I'll give you, there's not clarity. There's not enough clarity and authority over what that kingdom should look like in the context of gay marriage for this, but just in a broader sense, like we're in that. I was rewatching your conversation with Father, he's the famous author,
Stephen DeYoung.
Stephen DeYoung, the 3 hours epic. I rewatched part 1, and he was explaining this tension that Christians live in of the age to come and what we're in now. The resurrection did instantiate the kingdom of God here now, and we are to participate in that. but we also do lack a clarity of what that looks like, and it's that wrestling that Michael was like alluding to. That you're looking at your own side, like, okay, how can we do better? But you're also looking at the other side, like, okay, why have they gone there? So it's a constant wrestling, trying to figure out, okay, what is this kingdom meant to look like? And that's why it resulted to like people just coming and say, okay, let's just pray about this because we need God to come into this.
That seems very messianic, right? In a Jewish sense, like we say the already and not yet in Reform circles.
So this is the thing with the already and not yet. As I get to know more and more Christians, I find out that there is the what's it called? The heresy of preterism. And I find out that a lot of Christians recognize that a lot of knowledgeable Christians recognize that what they mean by Jesus is the Messiah is Jesus will be the Messiah, not that the kingdom of God has in fact arrived, right? And the problem with that is like it's because for historical reasons, I would say, of trying to establish things in ways that like in distinction to Judaism, which is like, okay, you believe Jesus will be the Messiah, please just don't tell me that what I'm looking at when I look out the window is the Messianic kingdom. And a lot of Christians, especially the people in the pews, believe that when you say Jesus is the Messiah, you mean that the Messiah has already come.
Well, we mean he comes. There's two Messiahs, right, Jacob?
Thank you. Yes, two
he already,
Messiahs now.
Yeah, we're saying he's the same person. He already fulfilled. He's already been Messiah ben Yosef, and we're waiting for him to return as Messiah ben Dawood. So that's all we're doing. But I mean that's true. But how many Christians are going to say that?
Preach it.
Christians collapse. You're right. They collapse those distinctions. So they start looking at Davidic prophecies about the Messiah, and then they get confused. Yeah, and then all it takes is you're like probably an average Jew in synagogue to dispel those that collapsed framework that a lot of Christians today operate in, and it gets confusing. Yeah, it's sad.
So yeah, Jacob, I learned that distinction from you. So you've been helpful in helping me understand that. I don't know if that goes against your mission, but that's
no, it doesn't. It doesn't go against my mission at all. I am very, very glad that Christians realize Jesus did not fulfill the prophecies of the Messiah.
But there is an important distinction. Our understanding of Messiah is different. We seem to think it redefined what it means to be a
right.
Messiah.
I believe in the Jewish Messiah, and you believe in a Gentile Messiah.
No, Timmy Tayo, don't let this happen.
I set him up, alley-oop, and he slam dunk. Well done, Jacob.
This is why Jacob's so interesting and so necessary for this space. It get way too cozy, way too comfortable. So,
Tim, you're driving. I know you have something to say. So what do you have to say, Tim?
I just wanted to bring up what Father Stephen said about some of the subversive people in the Orthodox Church, and he said that there's people in the Orthodox Church who like to sit around and whine about how they would like to change things, but they can't. I don't know if you remember that, Jacob.
Not exactly, no.
Okay, this is in regard to some of the. So we have our woke people, and I just kind of wanted to give my take on basically the Orthodox Church and like whether we're immune to this stuff. And my take is that no, we're not, and there probably will be schisms as a result of these same issues that CRC is dealing with. And I think what's going to happen, because some of our hierarchs are making moves toward woke stuff, similar to some of the Catholic hierarchy, and basically I think what we have is the things that and there's no, I don't think that there's a theology in the Orthodox Church that there couldn't be like big breakups over it. Like for us, we consider, like, for example, we consider Rome to have fallen away, or to have broken off of the church, and the same thing could happen today. Like the entire ecumenical, or I don't know, a big faction of the Orthodox Church could fall away over these kinds of issues. And so I don't think that that's impossible to happen. And but I think that the Orthodox Church has very strong monasticism, and that's one of our big advantages. And in that, the monasticism is a very conservative bulwark that that really can help us out, at least to keep us keep a very conservative core for people to rally around. And also many of the laity are extremely conservative. But that's not to say that the same kind of issues hitting the CRC are going to happen to us. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'll jump in. Tim, I'm wondering, okay, so the same kind of split is happening in every denomination of Christianity, but like I kind of wonder about reunification in an interesting way. Could you see if there is a split? Do you think the resulting split could result in, I don't know, the two groups being in communion with other groups that agree on the topic that caused the split? You know what I mean?
So you mean like the people are preserving the tradition in all of the traditions, being able to see each other more closely?
Yeah, on both sides, frankly, the progressive side and the traditional side. It'd be interesting if there just becomes two big globby mono churches in some sense, competing over rainbow flags or something.
Maybe in an informal way. Yeah.
Not formally.
But
yeah.
No, I don't see that happening at all, because it would have to be unity around faith and doctrine, and the conservative groups are going to be very interested in hanging on to their particular interpretations of doctrines, and I don't think that these social things are primary.
I think it's more likely for there to be unification on the progressive side, because it will be easier to stand against than to stand for, and the conservative have to be clear on what they stand for, and they've got more things that they stand for other than the HSR report.
Well, and for many of them, politics is the thing that is the most important, so they can unify around politics.
Yeah, they're not messianic enough.
Yeah.
The progressives aren't nearly messianic enough. They want to immanentize the eschaton. They're going to build a Tower of Babel in the shape of the Messiah, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if things get bad enough, then there could be some kind of people could set aside certain idiosyncrasies and start to get together on the conservative side. But it seems like it would be really hard on that side.
The way I see the conservative side unifying, is not a good look. It would be if the progressive side becomes so powerful that what unites the conservative side is just now they're the oppressed side. It's not a pretty picture of unification that I see for the conservative.
Yeah, I agree. It would have to get so bad that it would be literally a matter of survival. Literally.
Well, conservatives don't know how to make they don't know how to put aside any particulars and like where to build a coalition, because it's like, you know, and like that's something. So if you look at like people complained about like the moral majority thing or whatever, and like Francis Schaeffer was really instrumental in getting that started. And basically what he did was he said, hey, we have all sorts of theological differences. We're not, you know, Catholics and Protestants and all this stuff, but we can all agree abortion is bad. It's and you know, and that took a long time, but eventually that is what got Roe overturned. You know, and this was like, it was a bunch of it. Basically, it was like, that's probably like the only successful conservative thing you can kind of point to. But what it meant is that like everybody had to keep saying like, you know what, this guy, he's not ideal. It's the lesser of two evils. But if we elect this guy, he can appoint the right judges. And I think that is a problem. Like Christians don't know how to be strategic, or you know, conservatives really, they don't know how to be strategic with that stuff. You know, but Jesus said, "Be innocent as doves and wise as serpents." And we want to be as innocent as doves, but we don't like the part about being wise as serpents.
I've actually been thinking specifically about that verse.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's definitely a strong thing of. So Tucker Carlson put it this way. He said, "There's nobody in." I forget where exactly he said, but like nobody in Arkansas who's staying up at nights thinking about whether somebody in New York City is having an abortion or not. Whereas there are definitely people staying up at nights in New York City thinking about whether or not somebody in Arkansas can have an abortion or not. Right? And that type of actually strategically. So what happened in the CRC is that people decided, hey, you know what? Finding somebody to make an elder, right, will in fact bring this battle to the forefront and help deconstruct a conservative denomination. And they won. That they were absolutely right. They got what they wanted, because I think they've certainly like caused a lot of damage to this conservative organization. So if that's your point, if that's what you want, if you want to fight against like if you want to weaken churches that have that have confessions against that are heteronormative, well, there you go. You've certainly fought a good battle.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's only people who know that they're wrong who they say, okay, clearly this is not what this means. We know we're on the wrong side, but maybe there's a way that we can exploit technicalities. We can game the system, and that's the way. And so the thing is that it's only people that know that they don't actually they know what the spirit of the law is, but they don't like it, so they look for a technicality to exploit it.
Okay, I'm gonna do another Jacob. Like, yes, it is the people who talk about the spirit versus the letter of the law are usually people who don't like the letter of the law and use talking about the spirit of the law as an excuse not to follow the letter of the law. That's doubly true.
That's the
What?
summary for Synod right there. What you just said is the summary for Synod. That's the dynamic that was playing out, is people arguing the spirit versus the letter of the law.
Okay. And there you have Paul of Tarsus.
Well, and you have, oh, come on. Rabbinic Judaism has a lot to do with the spirit and the letter. We're not pitting them against each other, but making those distinctions so you can understand how to navigate the letter of the law, right?
You have to understand how to navigate the letter of the law, but ultimately it has to be the letter of the law. It has to. Like, you can give me all
That's
your hi Emma. You can give me all your reasoning you want for why pig is kosher, but at the end of the day, the question is, are you eating pig or not?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's true.
And
Well, so yeah,
that's why, you know, with my thing with Father Stephen is like, you can claim all you want that you're the actual inheritors of Israel, but we're the ones who aren't eating pig.
well, yeah. I
I want to
mean,
let Jess. So Jess says the parable of the prodigal son is relevant here. The younger son asserting his own desires and demands against his father. The older son dutiful and responsible, yet not understanding the father.
The older son being the conservative, in a sense. Yeah. Emma, what do you want to contribute to this?
It was a little bit back, but talking about like conservatives don't know what to hold to and what to emphasize and when to like let things sort of pass by so that we can ally with other people who don't think exactly the same thing as us. There's a Newman quote for that, but I can't find it, and I was kind of hoping I could find it, but I can't. People kept calling him like deceptive and saying he was like trapping people into Catholicism. And his defense against that was kind of this wise as serpents, innocent as doves quote, where he said something like, I don't mention things people aren't ready for yet. And sometimes that looks like a lie, but it isn't exactly.
This has kind of been, it's been a kind of issue with me, like personally, like I think we've moved into a time when you can no longer say different things to different audiences. And within Judaism, we've always been very deliberate about this. Look, there's beginner stuff, and then there's higher level stuff, and then there's the esoteric stuff that we're not even going to talk to you about until you understand the other stuff, right? And that's important and good, I think. But at the same time, we're living in a world where everyone has a video camera with them constantly, and where everything you say can be disseminated in all kinds of places. And we've come to a time where you can no longer maintain this hierarchy of, okay, I'm not going to talk to you about X, Y, and Z because you don't even know A, B, and C.
Yeah, it's really hard to adjust to, I think, especially for older and larger organizations that are not used to that world. It's always sort of just interested me as a quote, so I was curious what people would think about it. I wish I could find the actual sentence.
And this reminds me also of what Father Stephen brought up, and I've seen this to be true in my own experience with Middle Eastern Christians, that Middle Eastern Christians they will hop between different churches. So like, says I have an unstable connection. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. that like Melkite Catholic or Assyrian Christians, Eastern Orthodox, that in the Middle East that their higher identification is I'm a Christian, and that they don't see it as much of a problem to kind of hop around between. And I think that the reasons for that are probably pretty obvious, that they had a bigger enemy that united them. So there is a possibility that even I mean, I'm sure back in the old days, there would be no possibility that that could happen. It would have been completely impossible to imagine that there would be some sort of a quasi-unity. But today, because of the bigger enemy, which was literally a matter of life and death, you know, it was literally survival that drove them to be united. So I guess in that regard, I could see it. I could see a unification happening.
Well, I mean, I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, like I think you look at conservative CRC churches are going to align themselves with other conservative churches in their local areas and consider them more to be the important, on the ground. That's more of the important people for them to work with than other people who are in the same denomination, but are living in a totally different reality. And I mean, I think that's so. Oh, Emma, I think you said you were in Massachusetts for a while, right? So I grew up in Massachusetts, and there's no mega churches really. Maybe there's a few now, but there isn't really a lot of mega churches in Massachusetts. And so in the small town that I grew up with, there was a lot of things where we would work with other churches if it was something to do with like the town, a town event or something, a day of prayer kind of thing like that. And so like the ecumenism was really natural and easy, because when you're in a very secular state, you identify very easily with people. So it's like, there's a lot of Catholic people who got a lot, like almost everybody like, is Catholic or is related to somebody Catholic or used to be Catholic. And like, even in my church and, Pentecostal church, Baptist church or whatever, like you very much, it was more like, oh, another Christian. Like if you meet somebody who is a Christian, it doesn't matter what type they are, because that's like a little bit of a rare thing and a refreshing experience. If you meet them out in the wild, the grocery store or something like that. So,
what do you guys think? I've heard Stephen DeYoung say it's not the primarily like what they feel like is like a functional. Speaking from his Russian Orthodox perspective, like. I asked them once, like, why don't you feel like you're in communion with us when we agreed to all the same ecumenical councils, except for the 7th, which we weren't invited to. But we got the 6th, which have to do with the nature of Christ. So that should be a salvific issue. We should have all the primary stuff in alignment. And he said it's because we're not aligned by that. We're aligned by the liturgy, and you're not practicing the divine liturgy. So it makes me think, like, why can't the progressive and the traditional, and at least maybe just in the Russian, I don't know, maybe the Greeks are different or something, or the Antiochian, and all, maybe they all have different views, but at least from what he's saying, it sounds like the progressives and the traditionals can coexist without fracturing, because they're all gonna a progressive. You could have a you could have a gay, you could have a lesbian priest. I'll just be explicit. Administering the divine liturgy, and it would look the same. It'd be the same liturgy. So, and what would be wrong with that if liturgy is what binds everyone? There, like if there is a problem, it isn't just the liturgy. Is what I'm thinking. So. Which I think is fair to admit that it's more than just liturgy that binds people, because he was saying like he feels closer to the Melkites who aren't even Nicene. They don't even believe in two natures of Christ. because the liturgy's closer. Which I guess I think that's bewildering. But if that's true, then why can't they have rainbow flags? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to explore that in a respectful way. That's the impression I get. So what do you guys think?
I think it's the sacraments, not the liturgy.
Okay. Maybe that's a better way to do it. Mm-hmm.
And there's more belief involved in the sacraments and more like rules, but also the Orthodox have something to navigate that Catholics don't here, because Catholics do have a tighter rein on what you can believe while still being Catholic. Orthodox have more variation, to my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Which means
that's
they do
another
have
reason why I
to-
think they're not going to break up. But
I don't think they'll extend that far.
Mm-hmm.
They have gone somewhat more liberal than I'm going to say official Catholicism already, because some Orthodox priests allow contraception and divorce.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think they'll go that far, or at least not easily.
Well, I mean, I wonder, because I feel like I hear some people online who are exploring and converting to Orthodoxy because it's like quasi universalist and it's mystical and they can have all this stuff. And then you have a lot of the more like ortho bros who are converting because it's the most legit and the most original and authentic and all this stuff. And it's like, are those two people worshiping together at the same church? Are they only doing the participating in the liturgy together? Do they have a relationship after church? Do they go out for lunch or whatever? Because that's the thing. It's like we can, and I mean, I think that's the kind of the issue with like Paul's denomination. It's like it seems like they're really wanting to say we're all still Dutch and we all still have all this like cultural communion together. And it's like, okay, well, you can have that, but then it's a social club. It's not really a church. It's not, because how does the Great Commission fit into that? Like, go out into all the world and find other Dutch people and talk about Dutch things with them, like so.
That cultural solidarity has served the Russian Orthodox. I mean, other different or like all Orthodox, frankly, traditions very well historically, and now they find themselves in this new space that's so incredibly globalized and intermixed that even their own congregations don't, most in the West at least don't, like what, it's not cultural, it's not all having babushkas that is bringing them together. So it better be the doctrine. It better be some kind of personal assent to what's keeping them there, because it's not going to be a family lineage anymore. As nice as that is, if you have that, there's nothing disparaging about that. But it's
and a family lineage really won't keep kids in. Like I've seen that actually. There are like a lot of Orthodox, and by a lot I mean like 3 or 4 Orthodox people in my classics department, other grad students, usually because of like Greek heritage, but they're not necessarily like invested. They like go to mass on Easter, I guess, or like when your parents are in town, you'll go to church. They don't like.
Yeah,
they haven't.
That's not going to solve the meaning crisis, right?
No, it's not.
You're going to need something else. They probably have it. I think they have it.
But, I think possibly, especially American Catholics, have the same problem. It's navigating the family identity versus like belief system sort of boundary or transition. But actually, it's interesting because I just realized, or I was just thinking about it, like in a lot of ways, liturgy is where the Catholic Church has diversity. Like, we're all supposed to believe the same things, but masses can look different parish to parish. Like, we have Latin Mass and charismatics. I've been to both. I kind of love both. Like, there are a lot of different ways to do a mass in the particulars, but the actual, like, the center of it is the same.
Okay, so listening from the back, I've been thinking, Emma, why are you being so Protestant? Why aren't you explaining to these Protestants what actually creates unity, which is the priesthood?
The priest. Oh, because I woke up an hour ago. And I was like half awake scrolling through my phone, and I was like, there's a live stream? Maybe this is interesting.
The distinction between
it is the priesthood.
The magisterium and the laity is necessary and necessary.
Sometimes these things are so obvious to me or so natural to me that I don't think to explain them.
Well, I'm
going to blame that.
I'm at the Protestant.
We need to hear it. Protestants need to hear that.
The hierarchy matters. And having actual hierarchy, and no, it's not a democracy. You know,
or having a priesthood where you need to carry a letter of good standing to serve at an unfamiliar church is important.
Yep.
Nah.
Did you sleep at all last night, Jacob?
I did.
I was shocked to see that you had started streaming at like 6 a.m. my time. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
it was. I got up at 3 a.m.
At first, I was like, okay, that's really early. Then I was like, wait, you're 2 hours behind me. That's really early.
So I jumped on because I started hearing about unity of the Catholic Church or something like that, and it's with the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the priesthood. It's the priesthood, but like it's the episcopacy.
It's the priesthood under the bishops, and then the bishops united.
It's hierarchy.
It's hierarchy.
Well, the priests are really just extensions of the bishop. The bishop is the fullness of the priesthood. So the priests are basically just the bishop's representatives. The bishop is the priest.
As the English representative and the Anglican Church, the bishop just sold out the vicars. So hierarchies can be corrupted as well.
Yeah, what do you do with corrupted hierarchies? What do you do in a Russian Orthodox church where nobody feels safe saying anything about the Prime Minister of Russia? And everyone seems to conveniently only say things that keep them out of trouble.
Yeah. I mean,
it's trade-offs either way. I know it's like I'm throwing stones as a Protestant. I realize there's huge trade-offs with not having that. But
there are trade-offs either way. And if you peek in the Catholic channel on Bridges of Meaning yesterday, there was a nice little fight starting about that.
Yeah, but if your best argument against hierarchy is what about corruption, then I think you've already lost the argument.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, or like lost. I don't know. It's just that's the you go in. Yeah, I think at least we have a hierarchy.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll be fixed later. Yeah.
I mean, as you see in the CRC, there's many Reformed Christian denominations that have hierarchies. They're just elected rather than appointed. But we've got like a whole appeal system and all that. We're trying to square that circle in a more republic kind of format where we've got representatives sent up.
Hey, the Pope's
into the-
elected.
Yeah, okay, but yeah,
Yeah, which
Five-
is
Not
always
by the
weird.
laity or anything, but he is elected.
Yeah. You know, there was the comment about like
Sure.
CRC not bringing its best and brightest at Synod. And I think Paul even alluded to that in his video last night about Wednesday. And I think that's a problem because, you know, the in the Catholic Church and in I would imagine the Orthodox churches, like, you know, there is a hierarchy of competence in terms of who gets positions. I mean, there can be corruption, there can be all sorts of like secondary effects or other kinds of motives, but like typically they're going for you know, a bishop, for instance, like Father Eric. Like, it speaks highly of him that he's being sent to DC to study canon law and do all that stuff. This was true in the Jesuits, you know, despite them having a lower overall, I think, standard, but like they still, you know, they'll send people to Rome to go learn at those places at the universities in Rome, the NAC, the North American College. Like, that's like the Harvard of the Catholic Church in the English speaking world. And I think that's missing in the CRC or in, I guess, Protestant churches that just send rando volunteer delegates, is that you end up with this kind of chaos. And
Even worse than just randos, it's the people that make themselves available, which
yes, it's adverse selection. It'd be better if it was randos, right? I think, yeah, I think that's true. It's like it's the people that you actually wouldn't want. It's like jury process. I don't know. Have you ever been on jury duty in the United States, like, or been called up for it? It's an eye-opening experience, because even if you want to serve, but you are true to your principles, typically one of the lawyers on each side will put you on their kill list, where they're like, we want to get rid of this juror because they're going to go for the other side. So what you end up with is all the idiots who either have no convictions or are useful idiots for the other side. And so, like, yeah, I think, Teo, you're right. It's like, it's a market for lemons, right? And that's I think what we saw. Anyway, I don't know what the context of this discussion was, but I've got a few minutes, so I hopped on.
Jonathan, before you leave, like, I didn't know you were Catholic now. Last time we talked.
Well, I'm not, but
Noahide.
I was Catholic long enough to come in and be able to speak to it.
Okay.
I think like a lot of folks here, like, you still have an affinity for your people, so to speak. So I've got a long list of ex institutional membership that I still have affinity for. So yeah, and I think it's worth making sure that we're steel manning these institutions and stuff. So I'm always kind of the running to speak for the underdog kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you.
The underdog, the Catholic Church.
I mean, in this little corner, the Catholic Church is definitely the underdog, right? Because the Orthodox Church
is kind of underrepresented. Yeah.
The
it was
Orthodox,
surprising to me.
The sort of default Protestant. It's like default Protestant with like Orthodox being like the it girl, and the Catholics are underrepresented, which is not true to life. Although the quality of the Catholics, I think, is really high.
I hope so.
Yeah, I think that's true. Actually, thinking about it, it's good. But yeah, that's a true statement.
Yeah, I hope it works out that way. Yeah, it's surprising to me how many Orthodox there are. We do have Ted. That kind of just that cinches it. Catholics are the best because we have Ted.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be happy to. I'll stand in the Catholic group if need be. I was actually thinking about that the other day because Sandy was talking about going to a Catholic church, and I was like, well, I don't know if I can recommend that, but like maybe it beats the alternative. I don't know. I need to ask my rabbi, Jacob.
Well, I'm the one who recommended she go to a Catholic church.
Yeah, but you're kind of an Epicurus, right? So I'm not sure that I can take your word for it either.
I mean, honestly, it's hard because it's not like we actually have an official hierarchy in Judaism. It's weird. We have this informal hierarchy where people recognize who the most learned person is, and the Talmud weirdly provides, like, it's very, very clear between me, Yosef, and Chezi, like, who knows more? Like, Yosef's the rabbi, right? And it's like, so I have to say, thank God for it, but we have a corpus that makes clear this hierarchy in ways that are hard to understand. But that's all our hierarchy is. So how do you become a posek, which is the highest level of rabbinic authority, is other rabbis ask you questions.
I think
that's too radical for most hierarchical Christianities, I think.
But it's strange. It's weirdly robust, right? Because it is informal and it's reputational based, but like that makes it like, to use like the Taleb term, anti-fragile, right? Because I'm trying to figure out how to.
I would say it's resistant. It's very dynamic that way.
Yeah, and it's also like you almost can't question it because it's grassroots supported. It's like it's obvious. Like it's an obvious hierarchy that everybody recognizes, right? So it's hard to game that. You can't game it. You can't politicize that kind of hierarchy. It can get corrupted, I suppose, but like I think it's probably more. I don't know, Jacob. Tell me, like, how does corruption get?
The biggest problem has been nepotism. Like once one person dies, right? Then where do the followers go? Well, oftentimes it's whoever was the top disciple, and if that's my son, and that's how you end up with Hasidic dynasties, which end up being very, and I mean, weirdly, I have stopped being as hateful of nepotism as I used to be. But, the Yanuka, he's only 35 years old. He's only 35 years old. I cannot imagine a formal hierarchy that would elevate him to his current position at the age of 35. Like, you watch his speeches, there's like a sea of graybeards sitting there listening to him. You want to jump on Father Eric. You do.
Yeah, come on.
He doesn't actually have a computer, I don't think, right now. He's off learning to become Pope. Father Eric says, "I literally can't."
Mm-hmm.
I've got another. Sorry.
No, I'm just should buy Father Eric for being a holy person. You just plug into computers.
he refuses to use a smartphone like every good person I know. Like, well, almost every good person I know.
Oh wow. I've got something
Is that like a subset
controversial.
of good people you know, or do the only good people you know not use smartphones?
No, I'm joking. There are plenty of good people I know who don't use smartphones, but a lot of the people I respect very much are so Father Eric says Rafael Maria Deval became a cardinal at like 38. Cardinal Sarah became a bishop at 30.
Dang.
Are these people who are still alive?
Yeah.
Cardinal Sarah, I know about. Not like I know personally. I do not know who the other one is or anything about.
Isn't Cardinal Sarah is a African bishop?
Sarah. Yeah.
He's the one who had the debate with Fry, and that was a very disappointing debate. I don't know if you guys know the debate I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
So
There's cardinals debating.
The forces of woke decided, hey, I know, how about we try to humiliate the Catholic Church by taking a bishop, a cardinal who's obviously a great intellectual, but doesn't speak English fluently, and like obviously has an accent, and the shrillest nun who is known for being political and crazy in the UK, and pit them against two of the most charismatic people you could imagine, Stephen Fry, and I believe it was Christopher Hitchens who was the other person.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
It was a bloodbath. It was an
Yikes.
absolute bloodbath. It's on YouTube. There's 3 or 5 million or some million watchers, and all the comments are atheists who hate the Catholic Church, being like, "Yeah, the Catholic Church is horrible," and it's like, yeah, well, if you had switched it and instead had two of the most, two actors and great speakers of the Catholic Church versus somebody who barely, is intelligible in English, and a shrill, like, extreme person on the atheist side, maybe you wouldn't have had the bloodbath that you did.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not fair.
Well,
Really?
that's the same typical behavior, though, that we were talking about, gaming the system.
Yep.
That's like, that's what I think, like, all the good people in Paul's church, like the Bible is pretty clear, and everybody understands what it says. They just keep going to the Bible to study. The other side's studying the synodical rule book. That's what we got to do. There was actually Aaron Wren's podcast. He had one like from a few weeks back or whatever. It was called "Conservatives Don't Know How to Govern." It's worth listening to. He really highlights a bunch of these places where where basically conservatives won some elections and some different things or whatever, and then just totally did not know what the heck they were doing when they got in the position to have power or authority. So that's a good one to listen to.
So I have to correct myself. It was Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry versus Anne Widdecombe, the shrill former Anglican nun who became a Catholic nun, and Archbishop John Onaiyekan, And I'll put the link in the chat.
That makes a lot more sense.
The Catholic Church is a force for good in the world, and it has almost 6 million views. And yeah,
I misheard the nun part and was very confused. I guess I'm too used to Vervaeke now.
Oh, no. Oh,
I was like, that's a weird pairing, but okay, I guess. Pity he was the only Catholic there, but like, that sounds about par for the course. But no, like N-U-N.
Yeah, no. So Anne Widdecombe, listen to this woman. Just the shrillness of her voice gets you, and she's known in the UK for being crazy.
I'm always torn how much I should like count the sound of someone's voice, like in this equation. I mean, I guess as far as persuasion goes, like it is anti-persuasive. But I feel like sometimes you can't help it. I will check this out. Aw, thanks, Hezzy.
Look, it matters if a person is eloquent or not. Like you don't like physical impediments matter.
Yeah. I'm just always shocked by how high-pitched my voice is when I hear it on recording.
I hate my voice. People tell me it's not as bad as I think it is. Father Eric says
it probably isn't.
Had to get voice training. I used to only write all my diatribes and stuff, but nobody read my writing. So now I have a YouTube channel, and for some reason people listen.
It makes you a better speaker. Just the practice of the live stream.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm inevitably going to get a YouTube channel, and I'm like already mad about it.
Why are you mad about it?
Because it's mostly because I feel it looming inevitably, and that annoys me. But also because I feel like I'll make a YouTube channel because I have like a way outsized opinion of how interesting the stuff I want to say is.
Just a new blog.
No, actually, no, Emma, you have a grounding in the classics. There's a reason why your randos conversation was more interesting than the average one. A classical education actually does matter. It really does.
I think you should do it. Do it.
I gotta go. See you at quarter.
Bye.
Hezzy is demanding Torah, Matt.
For me?
Yes. Teach us some Torah, Matt.
And I think Yosef saw it. We were arguing about whether God creates evil, is the author of evil, and we were discussing how Sephariah translations have it with I don't want to get it off
God
topic,
literally says, I create evil. That's
Isaiah 45:7.
Yeah.
It says I create woe, which I like woe.
It says no. The word is ra, and that is literally the exact same word used in Genesis for the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So whatever word you use there, it's the same one.
Yeah.
And when
and all these Anglo-Christian translations are trying to get away from that by just talking about calamity. Nobody sees it.
Translations lie to you. You're right.
Yeah. There you go. There you go, Hezzy. Next year in Jerusalem, you can teach me Torah.
Yeah, I would like to learn Hebrew.
Are you coming, Matt?
I really want to, but I don't see momentum. I want to know what I'm why I'm buying a ticket. other than all the amazing food and tea and stuff I'm going to have over there.
So
That
yeah,
could be reason enough, but
honestly, so this goes down to like me bugging Mo, but once the foundation is actually set up, which there apparently is work. See, part of it is me staying away from the foundation because I don't want it to be Jacob's foundation. So like they're having meetings, which I am not involved in.
I think
But
that's so silly, by the way.
what?
It's still Jacob's foundation.
No, it can't be. It can't be. Like I'm there are too many people who need to have their say, and like I don't want it's not it's it has to be something much bigger than me. It has to be. If it's and I told Mo the first time I spoke to him, I said, this is going to be successful to the degree it's not Jacob's foundation. But once it gets set up, I am going to make a hard sell for people to send donations. And depending on how much money we're able to muster up, then I want us to actually sponsor a lot of the people who have channels, like possibly Michael, although him and three kids and his wife, flying all of them to Israel might be a little difficult. But I want people like Michael and Sevilla, and because so on Shabbat, at the very least, we're not going to have microphones. So no microphones on Shabbat, right? And on Shabbat, there's going to be people at tables, and its vast majority of it is going to be Kiddush, because that's what a lot of Shabbat is. Friday night, hope if people want to come to services at the Kotel at the Western Wall, that's up to them. But I was thinking Friday night, a nice big Kiddush. And you need to have people who are there for the randos. And I would like to see at least a 1-50 ratio, hopefully closer to 1-20 ratio of people who are very involved in this little corner. And like that's how much that costs, and making that happen. Like if we're seriously going to make that happen, fly people in, then that's going to take a lot of money. But to put that in context, we had some 200 people at Chino, and every single one of them spent at least $1,000. Well, at least $1,000 was spent on them. Some people got free airplane tickets. But even Tayo, who got a free airplane ticket, I mean, it was pretty expensive, right? And so that conference cost us a good $200,000. People don't think about that number. $200,000 is a lot of money. And I'm telling you, that's lowballing it, because the facilities, the audio equipment, like 200,000 is actually a very low amount for the actual budget of what was actually spent on Chino. And I want to see accountability, and I want to see efficiency, and I want to see things working really well for Jerusalem. And that's why I am going to see, we need to hopefully, if it depends if people donate. And there are people who, I'm not talking about people donating a little bit, which is very nice, but there are people who have the money to make serious donations to make the Jerusalem conference something. Let me put it this way. I want people who are going to take the tax deduction on their income tax, and it's actually going to matter for them to be making these donations, right? Not the people who, right? That's who needs to be making these donations. People who want the tax deduction.
Is it set up as a
501c3?
Yeah.
That's
I guess
what,
you guys
that's
are
what
looking
we're
at.
waiting on. That's what is happening. And it's
great.
actually
Smart.
having an organization with an actual board of directors so that people know, okay, the people, I hopefully by now know Mo a little bit better, but it's not just about whether or not you trust Mo, but we also have a board of directors that is going to be over Mo once it gets announced. Appears Father Eric's going to be on the board, and like I don't know
Oh, wow.
what the board's exactly going to look like, but hopefully it'll be representative enough and that people will feel secure in supporting this organization.
Are there members or affiliations of the Vervaeke Foundation part of the?
The Vervaeke Foundation is completely separate. No, this is bringing in big money comes with, yeah, it always does. But you know what? That's why we need a board, and that's why we need a yearly. You're going? Sorry. Okay. I thought you were waving goodbye, Tayo. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, what was I saying about the board?
Strings attached.
Strings attached.
Yeah, there are going to be strings attached, but that's why you have a board and you actually care about the board. I mean, if you've been paying attention to what happened with Veritas and what's the name of that guy? Whatever his name is, like that, there's a reason why people were not paying attention to who's on the board. And you need to pay attention to structure. You need to pay attention to who's actually on the board of directors. Say something, Michael.
I probably should go to work. I mean,
work.
Yeah. I mean, I'm doing the part where I sit in an office, but I have to go drive around to do things. So,
nice.
But
thanks for chatting with us.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks, Michael.
Mm-hmm. I'll talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later.
This whole being a father and having a baby and like real life thing is keeps people from being as involved as I am.
Yeah. Emma, I'm interested in your classics education. What do you what's your area of interest?
It's kind of like right now it's been kind of late antiquity / early medieval because that's an extremely permeable border that no one like can pin any one area. I've been looking at the sort of early development of like early Christian education and medieval liberal arts education and what that was actually like and how that developed. And then my thought process, although I haven't actually like done it yet, is like what can we maybe bring back? Like what does it have to say to us today?
Are you thinking like what you could bring to like a classical Christian school education or that sort of thing, or I guess you're thinking more broadly than that.
Right now I'm kind of thinking more broadly than that. With the whole like modern classical education movement, I kind of want to help give it some more structure and like pin things down. And even if I just like publish books or something that are more, or a book that gives more context for what classical education was like back then, I think that would be really useful. Just sort of structuring the modern movement, because it's been bugging me because it's so like all over the place.
What is there a sense of like what the Catholic perspective is on classical Christian schools? I just asked because I mean Reformed Protestants
sort of
like it a lot,
to Catholic, there's yeah. I mean, personally, I think any like decent Catholic education is at least half classical, just because of the way you view like people and the way you view what education is for. I don't know about Protestant. It might be closer than I think it is. I just don't know. I'm not really familiar with Protestant education.
Yeah.
Lucky
It's
you.
like it's only Reformed people that get really excited about it, but I think I mean as a denomination, but a lot of people just kind of sporadically adopt it and like it, I think, across other denominations.
I mean, my like partner in crime in this whole endeavor and interest, she actually just this Monday got her classics PhD. She's Presbyterian, so that makes sense.
Yeah. But that's cool. Would that all of us were looking into classical Christian, to classical education more generally. I mean, talk about a hierarchy. I mean, there's a lot of, what we would call science today of how to teach kids depending on their age range and what they're best at different ages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the like classic Dorothy Sayers speech about the 3 stages of learning is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, but
oh, interesting.
Just because she meant it as like a vague thought and experiment, and then some people took it as a manual for how to start a school. And it can get really forced and awkward if you're sticking too closely to it, because while there is some truth there, it's not like, it's more a like this is the order things have to happen in at whatever age, not like kids from this age to this age are suited for this, and then every kid ages out of this stage at this age. And it's more fluid than some people make it when they're taking lost tools of learning and like building a whole school around
that. This is why it's awesome you're exploring this at the highest academic level, because there's going to be a lot of people like me who just assume that it's that we got to apply it like it's law, but you're saying it was just more of a thought experiment, I guess she was saying in the speech.
Yeah, it was like a speech she gave at Oxford once. And she didn't really teach at the like elementary school level or anything, like ever. So yeah, I read it in college. As a like part of a project for one of my classes. I had to do a book report, and I did Lost Tools of Learning. So there's definitely a lot of good stuff in there, but it's not the only thing you need. You need other things as well.
It makes me wonder, well, Jacob's muted, but I'm wondering how like Shul goes with elementary age kids, if they're just memorizing, and then middle school, are they learning to ask questions, and then in high school they're learning to provide thoughtful answers, that sort of thing?
There's a Mishnah in Avot which says, I should remember this, but Hazim probably knows which Mishnah I'm talking about. Sorry, let me find this. Which gives like basic ages for
Yeah, like they're like kind of tracking with a cognitive development kind of framework in some way.
Yeah. So let me actually pretend I am a YouTuber. So this is the Mishnah Avot in 5:21, and by the way, if you haven't been watching, Ben and Chazi started a discussion of the Mishnah Avot, and I highly recommend all Christians do learn about the Mishnah Avot. But he used to say at 5 years of age, the study of Scripture; at 10, the study of Mishnah; at 13, subject to the commandments; at 15, the study of Talmud; at 18, the bridal canopy; at 20, for pursuit of livelihood; at 30, the peak of strength; at 40, wisdom; at 50, able to give counsel; at 60, old age; at 70, fullness of years; at 80, the age of strength; at 90, a bent body; at 100, as good as dead and gone completely out of the world. Because this is a Mishnah in Avot, so Chezi gave me the thing. I could have just waited as opposed to actually finding it. So
well, that's going with it. That's Torah and then Mishnah. I mean, so that's like understand, like it absorbing and then a guided comprehension of what you've absorbed at a later age.
Just to explain, so at 5 it says Mikra, which is just learning the Bible, right? So learning to read the Bible. Mishnah is actually like, while there is some discussion in the Mishnah, there's actually a lot of discussion in the Mishnah comparatively, but it's actually just a broad understanding of the outlines of things. And Talmud is when you get into actually like, okay, asking questions and things like that.
That was like at 15 or something, it said, didn't it? Yeah. So that sounds like a classical Christian education, classical education.
And the fact is, I mean, it really depends. If a student is much brighter, like a lot of schools still to this day don't have, especially the more traditional schools, don't have official grades. Like everybody's together and there are classes and people from different, like so it's more hierarchical than, like, more capacity to like go to the top than I think a lot of like the German educational system with grades, which has become the American and the, you know,
Mhm.
Chazi says, unfortunately, it requires much memorization, which is always hard for me to watch my kids do so, because Chazi dislikes memorization for some reason. I don't understand.
Oh, I was wondering if it was because he already knows it so well, and it's like, it's so slow to watch people memorize things you already know.
How do you guys memorize?
I'm really bad at memorizing. Actually, that's funny because we discussed that. Ben and I do a 2-hour discussion every Thursday, and that's exactly what we were discussing yesterday at the end. And so there's a prayer that religious Jews say 3 to 5 times a day, every day, or at least hear, and for a good 10 years, I was pretty much saying it every day, 3 times a day, like not on Sabbath, so 6 days a week, I guess. But I still don't have it memorized.
I feel like you do. Deep in the recesses of your brain.
I mean, I definitely recognize it, and I definitely like sections of it, especially because unlike a lot of people, like I've always, in order to memorize things, I have learned the actual meaning of them, and there are plenty of people who memorize things they don't really know what they mean. And I think people who do it that way have a much larger capacity to memorize things that, they may not understand it at all, but they have it memorized, and that's just not the way my brain works.
Some people can memorize by sound rather than by meaning, but I also have a harder time just memorizing by sound. And if I pick up most things kind of automatically and instinctively, so whenever I run into something that doesn't work for, like Greek vocabulary, I have a really hard time actually memorizing it on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm weird for this, but how I would memorize at school is I just repeat it in chants. So I'd be in my living room and I'd be going what's a good way? Now I forgot all the words. Al pastor, beef, al pastor, beef, al pastor, beef. Just over and over and over and over again. And I'd start making songs with it, and I'd sound like my parents would be really scared of me, but it'd be the only way it'd work. I'd start beatboxing back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean songs. A lot of people used to, singing used to be it's a very effective way to memorize.
Well, the Mishnah is actually a mnemonic poem, and we chant the Bible. So
yeah, I was kind of alluding to that. Yeah,
yeah.
It's a great way. Yeah.
Yeah, and when you have all the rhyming and stuff in the Hebrew, it's not rhyming, it's alliteration, but in Hebrew poetry, but there's a reason why it's easier for me to have Bible verses in my mind in Hebrew than in English. I think the Bible is easier to memorize in Hebrew. Not that I have it anywhere close to memorized, but one of the things we were talking about on my Discord is there are plenty of people who have at least the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, completely memorized.
What's the point of that?
It's not even something I don't even think they may a lot of them did it on purpose. It's just when you read, and many Orthodox Jews read that the weekly portion 3 times a week, or if not more, for your entire life. By the time you're like 30 or 40, yeah, you're gonna have it memorized.
Well, then having something memorized is a completely different relationship from knowing it by reading it. This is something like classical education circles have been talking about a lot lately with poetry. Like memorizing a poem makes it part of you in a way that just having read it does not. I don't know how to explain further. I'm sorry.
I mean, you're probably right, because I don't know how you guys study, but I would usually do it the day before the test. I would get home and then I would just like blast my brain for 4 hours, just repeating over and over and over and over again. And then I'd
And then
do
it disappears as soon as you
Yep,
finish the
I
test.
literally forget it the next day.
Yeah,
So
pump and dump.
pump and dump. That's how you get through.
Well, that's what the school. Yeah, I mean, if the school's built that way to reward that, it would only be smart to do that. Like it just the cost of actually understanding what you're being taught when it's not being asked that you understand it, just that you can regurgitate, just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this is something I really hate about the supposed classes that I'm taking right now for my master's degree. Is
What are you getting a master's in, by the way?
social work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice.
The wokeness is just killing me.
What are you taking?
I bet.
What?
What classes are you taking?
This is the textbook for one of my classes.
Can you read?
Diversity, oppression, and change.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's rough.
So the question is, why are you putting yourself?
Social work.
Why are you putting yourself through this?
And MSW is the quickest way to be a licensed psychotherapist.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, you could also become an MFT, which a lot of people do, which is marital family therapist. But an MFT is only allowed to do marital and family therapy, whereas a licensed clinical social worker can provide any sort of psychotherapy.
So why is that like a shorter degree than a
PhD in psychology?
Master's in clinical mental health counseling.
I'm not sure a master's in clinical, like, I'm not sure.
Yes, a master's in mental health counseling, or exactly whatever it is. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's what Colin's doing.
Is it as broadly all 50 states accepted? Because when I did my research,
possibly not.
Yeah. When I did my research, it was a little like, yeah, if so the vast majority of all psychotherapists in the United States, so there are more licensed clinical social workers than all other mental health workers combined.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
When you don't swim against the rivers of woke indoctrination, life is a lot simpler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I have been I've been doing the opposite of what I did in college, when I was in college before, which is argue against the woke and stuff, and like be the person who's constantly doing the arguing. And I'm doing the absolute opposite, which is I am sarcastically like being uber woke. And to some extent, I would be happy if my my professors recognize that, but A, they haven't, and B, I'm a little scared that one of them's going to Google me, and but not scared enough that I am going to take down my Twitter and YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's okay. They can't understand sarcasm.
Well, the problem is the problem is like on my channel and on my Twitter, it's very clear that I'm not woke.
Mm-hmm.
So
Debatable.
No, really?
Well, you're not pro-Israel, right?
This is very true.
Yeah, so if you're pro-Palestine,
That's true. That makes you at least a little bit woke.
Who said I'm pro-Palestine?
If you're not pro-Israel,
Then you're considered
pro-Palestine.
Then you're pro-Palestine.
Yeah. So just show that. Just like as soon as they check your account, just tweet a bunch of things against Israel, and then you'll be good. They won't scroll that far. Oh, no, they probably will scroll that far.
Well, no, I mean, it's like, when do I know when they're going to check my account?
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Just stay off Twitter. No one will find us on YouTube, but they can't scrub all this stuff. But Twitter, they can scrub.
I am on Twitter, and
Way too much.
Yeah, actually, way too much. And when it comes down to it, I'm not. I have a limit to how much I'm going to let the woke be woke and dominate me.
I had a class in college, which was like a total battleground because it was a liberal. Because I went for a computer science game design degree, and basically we had like a, I think it was like art in video games, but it was just like a big battleground because all the like gamers were conservative, and the teacher was super liberal. So all the time, back to back, there'd just be gamers being like, "I disagree with that. I disagree with that." And
why are there political issues coming up in a game design class?
Exactly, because you have to play games queerly, is what I was told, and that basically speed running, because it's not the norm, is playing games queerly. So you can be queer too by speed running. So if I'm a speedrunner, then I'm technically queer.
Speedrunners are gay, confirmed.
Speedrunners are gay.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
So Chazi brought up the fact that so in traditional yeshivas, they don't actually really have people writing papers or anything like that. It's just a test, and so ultimately it's just a test. So like, and it's an oral test. It's not a written test. And so your finals are just a rabbi asking you questions, trying to figure out if you know what you're saying.
That's fun.
That sounds like a dissertation kind of situation.
Yeah,
which is
dissertation defense.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that type of thing.
I mean, my grandfather likes to talk about how he did all his medical exams orally.
That's
Because
cool.
he went to med school in Italy.
I like that. I mean, how clinical can you get?
Oral exams,
Mm.
or they still do oral exams in Italy.
Well, I'm actually going to let Tayo take over the stream because now I'm tired enough. I might be able to get a few hours more sleep, and I have to do stuff. So you guys have fun, and Tayo, it's completely up to you if you want to let Claire into the room. But my general rule is my general rule is
we'll fix her. We'll shut it.
She has to turn on her camera, and she refuses because we all know she's on several streams because she's not a single individual. She's a persona run by an organization.
Yes,
But
we all know this.
Bring out the
we
cross.
all know this.
Bring out the
But
whole water.
Exactly. Well,
it's Tayo's stream now. You guys have fun.
Thanks,
Hi,
Jacob.
Jacob.
Good night, Jacob.
So, just to clarify, the reason the stream started is because Jacob was tossing and turning at night, thinking of Paul Vanderklay and the Synod. Correct?
More or less, I think, yeah.
Okay,
Seems that way.
he was having
Framing.
a nightmare. Gotcha.
He
Yeah.
woke up, yeah. It must have been like 3 a.m. for him.
Oh my gosh. Living in his mind, rent free.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tayo, what do you are you going into ministry? Did you say that at an earlier point? Is that your plan?
Oh God, no.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely not. No. I'm still still stumbling my way through the faith. So the idea of being in ministry just sounds like the worst thing ever, especially in this climate.
Yeah.
Mm.
How
What
was it?
about
I was just gonna ask. I saw that video of you on that Muslim guy's channel. What made you do that?
it's actually a good question. It's coming back from Chino, I had some clear of things I wanted to bring back to my local context. And one of them is the way conversation and discussions was conducted at the conference. I thought would be a good spirit to bring back to Speaker's Corner, which is a space in London that just offers free speech. You can say whatever you want, basically.
You went
And
to
a
Speaker's
lot of
Corner after Chino? That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's based.
and yeah, so that's what led me to Speaker's Corner. It was actually
Wow.
Claire who's been sending me videos of Khaled, and she said I was going there to speak to Claire because I wanted to meet her in person and have a conversation with her in person. But she wasn't there, and she said that Khaled might be there, that I should speak to him, and that's how I met him and had a conversation with him. So yeah, that's how that came about.
You were gonna talk to Claire at Speaker's Corner? Wow.
Yeah.
Tayo, you are a very interesting person. Like
Yeah.
you just said, how can I turn this whole thing to 11?
Yeah, I like Jacob's rule of if you don't have a camera, don't come on stream. I think is justified by that's a good rule. But at the same time, I see Estuary, this little corner, and its affiliates as a place for crazies. And if we're gonna, yeah, if we're gonna have conversation with crazy people, let's see how crazy we can get. But it's also I do that with Jacob's cautions ringing in the back of my mind, so I'm not being foolish in my interactions with her, but also I'm not going to stop any interaction.
Has Grim talked to Claire?
I believe so.
Oh, I
He
gotta
was
watch.
on her channel or something, or they live streamed together.
Oh my gosh, that's like
Yeah.
a birthday present. That's so sick.
I know. Now they just snipe at each other on Twitter, but yeah.
Emma, are you familiar with Claire Cole and
Yeah, a little bit. At one point, maybe like a couple months ago, she sort of became more like started showing up again, or I just became aware of her. So I went on like a little bit of an archives exploration of like, okay, what's going on here? And I'm still not entirely sure what's going on here, but I'm not as confused as I was before it. So I guess success.
okay, what frame what were you able to get from your deep dive?
I watched one of her interactions with Mark. I think the like relatively recent like long one. I saw some stuff Jacob said about her because everybody kept talking about what Jacob says about her. And I might have seen the Grizz interaction. I don't remember. Oh, and also that's right. She turned up on a Vanderclay stream, and that's like how she first entered my relevance realization.
Oh my gosh. Wild. I need a.
And now I'm on Jacob's ladder, so every so often I'll dip in and see what she has to say there.
Yeah, I get so much content sent to me by Claire that I can't keep up.
How did you become?
Oh man, she's in your DMs.
She found me on Facebook. I've not accepted the Facebook request, but that's how. That's how much I'm in a.
Claire, what are you up to? What are you doing?
Good question.
In this man's DMs.
I will keep this stream going for the next couple of hours, but I might not be as active because I'm also working. So, Matt, I'll let you conduct the stream. But if anyone needs adding in, I can pop them up.
Cool.
Sounds good. I do wonder what drives. What are your odds that Claire Ka is big ops?
I
don't
think
buy
they're
it.
non-zero,
I don't know.
but I'm not convinced.
Yeah. Not zero. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would believe more that she is a Russian bot than an actual person.
She could
How
be
did the
AI.
Russian bot get a human face?
Which is why I would like to meet her in person at Speaker's Corner. Confirm whether she's flesh or
Brad.
not.
Claire, why don't you come to Speaker's Corner?
I feel Claire can't go out in public without getting.
She's too funny to be a bot. Sorry.
Just imagine if we had access to this bot technology.
Oh, I guess I might be meeting Claire on Sunday, according to you.
Uh-oh.
A message in a private chat. I look forward to it, Claire. We can have a conversation now if you turn on your camera and you can jump on stream. That can also be done.
Yeah, let's pregame it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that scares me more. Not my camera's broken and not everything like that. You already know it's me.
Claire, you look great. You look fine. You don't worry about how you look on camera. Just come on.
All right, let's stop interacting with her because this is how she always does it. Just cut her thumbs
she's
up.
happy about. She loves
cake.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Take attention away.
So Taya, what do you all right, I can't ask. When are you going back home?
Which home are you referring to?
Where are you from again? Oh,
British, Nigerian. No, that's fine. I'm Nigerian and British, so I'm currently in one of the two places I call home. I'm in England right now.
Gotcha. Jacob said.
I thought you were Caribbean or something. You had the accent seemed.
Really? Yeah. It's a Nigerian accent, Lagos.
Oh, neat. Okay. That's my ignorance.
Yeah, that's fine.
How's the surf over there? I heard it's good.
Where? In Nigeria?
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I don't know. It's not a big part of the culture,
Okay.
but I'm sure there are people that do it. But I wasn't aware of them.
Trey, what's your story? What brings you around here?
Woo-wee.
Other than
I love.
Claire.
Basically, I grew up in a secular family. I became a Jehovah's Witness at 16. The person who brought me in was a big Jordan Peterson fan. I didn't like Jordan Peterson because because of his political takes. And then I left being a Jehovah's Witness like 3 months ago, and I was like, I got to get my life sorted. So I started watching Jordan Peterson, and I stumbled upon Paul. It's sort of my life.
Wow.
What kickstarted thinking about moving away from JW?
JWs? Ooh. I think there was like a few things, but do you know Dr. K?
Not familiar.
Is he the like healthy gamer?
Yeah, healthy gamer. Yeah. He had a thing on Joe's Witnesses and how they were a cult, and I think that's like I'd been sort of ignoring that, but like seeing it from someone I sort of admired, kind of was like, oh, it's tough. And then
Are your parents religious?
they're not religious.
How did they take the 16-year-old teenage boy deciding to be a JW?
Going into a cult. They were scared, of course, because I didn't do any of the holidays or anything like that. So, weren't really comfortable with that, but they were like mostly accepting. So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember over at Chino or Anna Chino at the campsite, you and Anthony were having a conversation and comparing notes about being a JW, being in the JW, and all of that. That was very interesting to me.
Yeah. Me and Mormons actually surprisingly have a similar experience. Not with like theology, but like day-to-day life. I notice. There's
I bet. Like being people
Makes
assume a
sense.
lot, right? And
yeah.
you have a lot of the language, but you're trying to figure out how to distinguish. Like don't just put me in the same bucket as those people, and yet, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, like for example, one thing that like I think like for example, weird things that are similar. Like there's a video which I recommend where it's a Jehovah's Witness and a Mormon comparing teachings, and it's pretty interesting. Like one thing I was surprised about is like there's a big emphasis on like having a midweek Bible study. So you and your family all get together and then you go over the Bible together. And Mormons have the same thing. And I'm like, that's interesting. Like I would not. So
It sounds like America's early, because both of them come out of like 19th century
yeah.
revival stuff, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if that was like a big deal across all kinds of groups back then.
Yeah, you know it's actually interesting. It initially there was 3 meetings per week. Now there's only like 3 services per week. But now there's only 2. So the one they dropped, they made it a personal sort of thing. But before that, you'd go over to somebody's house and then study the Bible with all of them, and then in the middle of the week you go to church as well as on Sunday. Oh yeah.
Has Jacob ever talked about, or have you engaged like the the Jewish folks in this corner about the word Jehovah?
I mean,
Is that something you looked at?
I mean, I've heard the argument that you shouldn't say it, so I usually don't say it around Jacob and everything like that. I know that Jehovah is a Latinization of it, but from what I understand, is like no one really knows. Like isn't Yahweh a good guess, but it isn't the guess of all guesses, right?
That's kind of what I've heard too, because Hebrew didn't write vowels for a long time.
Yeah.
Yo, Gavin. Sup, Chad?
Sup, Chad?
Oh, is that the alcoholic, Chad?
Yeah.
Is that his alt? Oh no, we doxed your alt, Chad.
That's his new channel.
How new is it?
Well,
Oh yeah, he introduces himself by name on the channel, so. I had a great conversation with him about like education in Hillsdale and stuff at the campground. Actually, it was really nice.
Hillsdale.
Yeah, it's where I came from.
Oh, neat! Wow, that's your undergrad.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, people tend to have strong feelings about it, but.
Well, I've never heard of it, so I have no feelings about it. So.
Wow, nice. I liked it a lot. It was a very small, like, liberal arts school. It leans pretty conservative and Christian, especially like public facing, but on campus there's a lot more like free conversation, diversity of opinion than the public face sort of looks.
Oh, really?
You don't get very many actual liberals. You mostly get a range from conservative to libertarian.
That's fair. Every school's got a brand, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also quietly becoming more and more Catholic, honestly.
Oh, interesting.
Because Catholics keep
wow.
showing up to work there.
Yeah, they'd so, like that hierarchical kind of understanding, right? That.
Yeah. Well, and
framework.
They really are into the like classical liberal arts tradition, which really means the medieval liberal arts tradition.
True.
So we're just quietly taking over most of the humanities departments. Hillsdale. Right now.
That's funny.
Yeah, right now.
Are you guys is Notre Dame fallen? Are you abandoning Notre Dame? Is it over?
Notre Dame has not been held up as an example of a good Catholic college in my experience since before they gave Obama an honorary degree. And that was like the nail. Like, that's it.
Fair enough.
I remember my parents being like really mad about that. I'm loving the Chino memes, Chad. I don't know if you're out of them yet, but they're fantastic. I've been driving my husband crazy because they get stuck in my head. And I just walk around repeating catchy songs based on Chino conference stuff.
I would like an audio reading of your Substacks because some of them are fantastic. The ones that I've read are fantastic.
Oh, that would be a great idea. Honestly, a channel dedicated to like audiobooks of people's Substacks wouldn't be a bad idea.
That's not a bad idea at all.
Mm-hmm. It's fun. You guys were at the first conference that I can tell where there's like genuine, massive.
And I lost my place.
There's a pandemic of FOMO, which is cool. There you go. Hopefully, I get the impression that it's going to continue on into, it's going to snowball into other things,
Might.
not just Speaker's Corner.
Yeah. Maybe. Speaker's Corner is really interesting. Coming back from Chino and my first, because I've been meaning to go Speaker's Corner for a while, just knowing that I'm involved in this online. And Speaker's Corner is a real life space dedicated for conversations and such. So it's been on my mind, but my knowledge of it mainly from the Muslim, the Dawas that pretty much monopolized it, and that's where they get all of Mohammed Ijab, Ali Dawa. Those are the guys that are like the known as Speaker's Corner, and the conversation that they engage with is still very much in the debating new atheists, let's compare propositions conversation that they're still having. So I was a little bit worried about going there, but there are people there that are willing to engage in, like, at least attempt some kind of dialogue where they're not strawmanning you to the way your views represented in their religion or their worldview.
It sounds interesting.
And yet, you got on someone started recording you, right? And then it sounds like you got on a channel. And was that still a conversation, or did you feel like there started to become a shift? It became more performative.
The Khaled, it was on this stream. It's actually the reason why I joined this stream. Our conversation was very much a conversation. He was asking me what I believe, and I was asking him what I believe, and then responding rather than presuming to know what his beliefs were and then going on the attack. So there, but initially I was dragged onto one of the Dawa's channel, and he wanted me to explain why God would need to be breastfed. That was the big conversation that I wanted to have, and not so much listening to what I make of it, just telling me that it doesn't make sense that God needed to be breastfed. And it's really like you get their fans surround you, they sort of engulf you, and you're there, and there's kind of like 5 different cameras facing you, and you've got this tower trying to be intimidating towards me, which I found hilarious. I laughed most of it off because it's like, this is such a show, and there's no conversation. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You're just doing this to perform for your audience and say, oh, we got a dumb Christian to make fun of. And it was fine. That was my first time there. The last time I was there, I actually met a Greek Muslim who flew to London just for Speaker's Corner and a chance to speak to these Dawahs. And that he and I,
That's cool.
he was having a debate with a Christian, and they were having the usual debate that goes nowhere. And I was like eavesdropping, and I sort of like stepped in, and he thought I was coming to tell him why Christianity is right and why he's wrong, but I just came to ask a question, and that sort of took him back. He's like, oh, interesting. And we spent the entire day together. He told me his story. We went for food at the Egyptian restaurant. He's an Egyptian living in Greece, trying to practice Islam in a country that's very much anti-Islam because of the Turkish thing. So that was an interesting conversation, and yeah, that was birthed from him debating a Christian and me just, oh, Claire, you gave yourself away for a second. I saw your camera come on. Are you gonna grace us with your presence? Just a glimpse for a second.
Oh, come on.
Such a tease.
Yeah.
It's like the
I
face
went
of
to
God.
Speaker's Corner in like 2019, and I was just like, I remember chatting with just a guy at my shoulder, like about, I don't remember what. We were just like commenting to each other. He was a Muslim guy, and we were listening to someone else who was up on a pedestal somewhere. And then it quickly turned into like people sniffing out what we were chatting about, and then doing the whole cameras and the circle thing. I found it fun too. It's funny your disposition. Like, you were either incredibly, I had my brother-in-law there, and I think he was very uncomfortable, even though he's a missionary in East London, but he found that approach to be very it feels like there's a lot of hostility going on.
Yeah.
But to me, it just felt like it looked like it just became such a clown show when you're standing there. It's like, oh, come on, guys. I can shake hands with you guys afterwards. I know what you're doing. Like, we both know what's going on here. So let's laugh about it and go have tea after or something.
Exactly.
Maybe that format changes, if you're getting better conversations there, and I have to believe that there's going to become a burned over district in a sense, where like that, like owning each other kind of debate format just gets boring for people. There's only so many years you can do that.
It's profitable. That's they're feeding their usually YouTube audience. I mean, the guy I met flew all the way from Greece because the show was so impactful on him, and it's a main part of why he's Muslim and how he's being Muslim. So they are having like genuine impact with using that tactic. But they're not having conversations. That's the issue. The ones that do want to engage in conversation, they have to abandon that tactic, and they know that. But conversation is not profitable for their YouTube channels.
Yeah. It's like the Jay Dyer, I think, does something kind of similar. In the Orthodox world.
Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta go. I have work in the afternoon, and I haven't like lesson planned for it. So this has been great. I'll talk to you all later.
Yeah.
See ya.
Cool.
So you ate dinner. You ate food with this guy after.
Yeah. We went to basically his phone was dead. He's flown from Greece. His parents are worried, and he didn't have a place to charge his phone and didn't know his way around. So I was like, okay, I will walk we went to a Pretz, which is like a Costa coffee shop, and we sat down, got food, got a drink, and the plugs weren't working. So it was like, okay. And then he went for a prayer. And then he found me again. I was like, oh, I still can't find a charger. Plus, okay, let's just go to a restaurant. We'll sit down, have some food. You can charge your phone there. And he was wise enough to say, let's go to Edgware Road, which has a lot of Arab restaurants on it, and he's Arab, so that would be easier find. And yeah, we went for food, had good conversation. He spoke to his mom. His mom was crying when he finally called her because she's been so worried, obviously. And yeah, he was like, oh, I met this guy and he's been looking after me. So it was and now I'm potentially going to be going to Greece to visit him and end of the month because the tickets are so cheap. So yeah, friendships just
that's cool.
It's so cool. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I found out so much about Greece through him, and yeah.
Do you think like there seems to me like there's a layer where like it can be combative to Western, more Anglo types to see that sort of public debate format, or just even public conversation like that's that raw. But I get the impression like Mediterranean cultures, and Arab cultures, it's not a Muslim thing. It's like it's a latitude thing.
That's
where it everybody, like, that's kind of how you demonstrate that you respect someone by yelling about what you believe and disagreeing with them publicly. Like, we are two men. We're gonna both say it with our chests, and then we're gonna go have lunch after. And that's like, that's actually, it's a sign of a cultural health thing that they're doing, rather than it's not like, oh no, these people are yelling publicly in a park, like society is collapsing. It's like, from their perspective, it's like, no, this is like, we talk. This is how we do. If something's important to us, I'm gonna be loud about it, and I expect you to be loud about what you think is important, and watch me agree or disagree. And if we get through that ritual together, like, we can be friends. Like, I really like that.
I think
I don't know.
that's
Is that your sense of it too? Or
now that I think you make a good point. I didn't think of that, but that is true. Mediterranean cultures, African cultures. There's I mean, when I was first discovered this little corner and I've been like a weird spiritual existential moment. My friend and I, I was living with at the time. We would have this argument that would make other people in the house. One of our housemates said she was gonna call the police. She came to the door like, "What's going on?" And we were just having a discussion that to us was very normal, but because we got so heated, so loud, so passionate, it's like, oh, this is this is a level of aggression that could get violence. But no, it was just having a conversation. So yeah, there is that to it. But I do think it not even in just the loudness of it, in the way the conversation is conducted, where it's more trying to dunk on someone. I think that part is for the algo. That's what algo feeds on, and they're just trying to feed the beast.
that's fair.
You think the
Yeah.
Synod is a little like that, like a little drama-y? I kind of feel like it's a little drama-y.
It's just a bit.
Yeah. I went to my first amateur pro wrestling tournament a week ago with a buddy, and I'd never been before, and it felt like Speaker's Corner in a way. Not because Speaker's Corner is fake or pro wrestling's real, but it's like both and. Where we're exploring something authentic together, and the audience is like as much a part of the scenario as the people who are the main characters, and but there's a smile behind every kind of pushback, and it's easier to see that when you're in person. I think you can tell.
Yes.
We're saying things, but where there's a little wink, a little bit, where it's like, I don't mean this, like, I'm not actually trying to hurt you right now. I'm pulling punches. I'm trying to make it look like a real effective punch for the audience, but the audience knows this is a safe fight. They know I'm pulling punch, like, on a certain level, but it's still genuine in a way. It's like we're all being false together to explore something genuine. We're like, which is more like mystical. I don't know. It's like a metaphysical. These people are pretending to fight, but really they're just trying to figure out if they can be friends. Like, I feel like that's what's going on, and usually they can be, But
Yeah, there's definitely that. I mean, I use the exact same. When the first day I was there, I met a Christian girl and a young Muslim guy. Is that you saying you're ready to come on, Claire?
Oh gosh.
Let's see.
come on up. Your hair looks great. Oh, there we go.
Hi, Claire.
Hello. Bad hair day.
Thank you.
Understandable.
I thought I'd do this for the first time.
Yeah,
I feel more confident now. We ladies, we don't think sometimes our hair's at our best. So, what was Emma saying about me? It's all so mysterious. What I'm saying is never actually mentioned. It's something evil and dark and beneath the surface, and I never actually said like, well, she promotes this thing and we don't agree with it because, and she's wrong because whatever. It's all, we can't talk about it. We must never talk about it. And so
It's not.
nobody knows, and
It's not that mysterious.
Hmm?
I asked her the question of what she made of you, and she said she did a dip dive. I think her exact answer was that it's the chances of you being all of this spooky thing is not zero, but also she's not that worried about it, which that's where I stand.
Well,
But let's talk about Speakers Corner. You're a Speakers Corner alumni. What's your experience of it?
Well, it's fun. It's like a cocktail party without the small talk. So you can just sort of jump in there and talk and say what's on your mind immediately without, pretending to ask about people's health and their mother or their father and all that. So it's great. I mean, I guess if you bring your own cocktails, it'll, be even better. But yeah, I prefer the
How
winter.
long have you been going to Speakers Corner?
Pardon?
How long have you been going to Speakers?
Well, over the years, I guess I'm not a regular, but I guess people kind of recognize me when I go. It's sort of, I go in spate, so I keep going, and then I don't go for ages, and I go back again. So I guess I'm kind of known. The Muslims sort of know my idea. They have engaged with me. I have been on their YouTube channels, and so yeah, I guess they kind of know me. And I know a few, other people. There's this feminist guy, right? Well, the anti-feminist guy, the little guy called.
I don't think I've encountered him.
Well, I mean, I tell him it's like, it's about feminism. Why don't you make the captions, clearer, fewer words, so people don't actually have to come up and it's sort of like, yeah, I don't really want people to know I'm anti-feminist, in case they get upset with me or something. So,
This is Emma's response to you. If you can see on the screen.
That seems fair.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
charitable.
there's a book available on Amazon. It's not going to break the bank. It's only $7. And you can get it on Kindle for cheaper.
I've gone the cheap route. I've been listening to is the lady that's reading your book on YouTube?
Yes, Carol, who is Peacock Club 786.
That's the one. Yeah, I've been listening to her reading.
Yeah, and she reads it well, with commentary, the pauses when she gets to a bit she doesn't quite agree with, So, yeah, I think she brings it to life more than you'll find a few typos, but I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't read it again for the 8th time, so I just went publish. So
I'm subscribing. The Caliph of the United States. Is that the channel?
That's
the one. That's the one. I mean, she does explain it in simple terms, and I think she has a good sense of humor, and she can connect better with Americans than I can. So, what was this thing with? Why was Paul Vanderklay upset? He went to his younger son's graduation, and
it's more to do with the state of his church denomination, and there's a lot of processing going on about what to do with the HSR, which is the Human Sexuality Report that the Synod put forward last year, and the church is just working through how to enforce it, I suppose. And that's most likely going to lead to the fracturing of his denomination, which is...
Yes, I mean, I got to the bit where that woman was crying, and then I kind of broke off to listen to you guys. I was listening at double speed, and she's...
That's actually an important bit. That was the bit that sort of shaped the way Wednesday, the conversation went on Wednesday. Yeah, so you got an important bit. You got the gist of it.
Yeah, and it's basically a woman's tears, and you're all gonna, just do whatever she says because she's a bit upset. And I guess that's what's turning men into women. It's sort of like, I'd like some of that feminine privilege too. Give it to me, and so men are fighting women for feminine privilege. So this is how it's going to go. All the men are going to turn to women, and we're going to turn into a bee colony, and the only men who are allowed to remain in existence would be like the drones, and the drones would have the wherewithal to satisfy the queen, and those who don't will have to go. That's how a bee colony works, isn't it?
And is that what you think is happening with the
Yeah,
milkmen?
it's happening. You can see, it's like men, instead of saying, "Oh, we'll fight women, we're going to take away some of that feminine privilege," they went the other way. It's like, we'll become women too, and then they, and they'll have to share the feminine privilege with us, and we'll just cry a little bit, and the men will give it to us, whatever we're asking for. And this is what's happening at that's on that stream. Because she was so good, the trembly voice and everybody about to cry, and it's like, well, maybe you need a few.
Do you think the tears were genuine? Do you think it was, or was it just a play for power?
It's impossible to tell, isn't it? I mean, she sounded genuinely upset. She could have worked herself up into, that kind of thing. I mean, actresses do their method acting, don't they? They go, I have to cry. I have to think of the saddest occasion to make myself cry. I'll think of, when my boyfriend broke up with me, or, when dad died, or something like that. And they'll just use that memory to produce the emotion that will persuade, the audience.
So you think the chances of faking it is not zero? That's fair.
Well, I mean, it's 50-50, but I mean, it doesn't matter because people are they're convinced by their own emotions, aren't they? I mean, eventually that's why people are so fiercely defending their own, what they call lived experience, and you can't question.
Yeah,
it's my lived experience. You weren't there. You didn't know it.
Paul van der Klee also spoke about how the lived experience sort of card gets overplayed, and its overvalued. More, but I'm curious, before you settled on secular Quran, which other worldviews did you try on as your mode in your current worldview? Were you a Christian at a point? Were you a full-on Muslim and then decided to secularize it? What's the clear core story?
I did a bit of comparative religion, as you would expect. I mean, I come from a Buddhist Taoist background, and so I suppose logically it would mean exploring Christianity and Islam and Judaism and Hinduism. I read a short book about it by K.M. Sen. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's a very short book, and it gave me the idea of. I mean, really, we only have 5 world religions, and if you're going to start from scratch, you're going to choose a religion that gives you the most power and status, and that would be the religion of the Jews, because they have the most powerful God, and that Christianity and Islam are derived from Judaism. And since most of us aren't Jews, we would have to decide between Christianity and Islam to give us rules.
Which sector of Christianity did you dabble in?
I didn't really dabble in any of them. I just, I have friends who go to church, so I just, if they invited me to a carol service, I'd go. I've been to Catholic ones, I've been to Anglican ones, Baptist ones. So I mean, it's the same. It's a Trinity. The Trinity is a problem. I mean, that's excuse me.
They do have good music, though. Christians, they do have good music. You got to give it to them. That's all I gotta say.
Yes, they put on a good show, and the beautiful surroundings, the stained glass, but is that a basis? Should that be a basis for your religion? Surely it's more than distinguished surroundings, stone buildings, and good music. And you think, why did the monarch sponsor all this art, Handel, Bach, and all those people? And it's because it was such a hard to believe excuse me, religion that the monarch had to get the punters in. That's what I think that explains the superiority of European art and music.
I do want to say, Claire, I do have way more respect for you for coming on, and I definitely see you as more of a person. So I just like to say that.
Well, thank you.
Are we sure she's not AI?
Perhaps that will be my new thing. It's just a bit hot,
I thought I'd join us.
Khaled's coming. Hello, Khaled.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
You're getting closer to Islam, Claire. I like the look.
You like it? You like it?
Yeah. You're getting the. I mean, I am trying to convert you to Islam. We know that, right? So I'm happy. The progress.
Sorry, I'm just gonna go back to Emma's question.
Yeah.
Why not slide? What's the why secular Quranism? Why not Noahide? You said you would like to go to the most powerful, you said Judaism as the most powerful God. So
and the most the highest authority scripture would be the Quran, because it's supposed to be the word of God. The Noahide laws only come from the Talmud, and it's therefore the word of rabbis, fallible rabbis, and also it would come into conflict with the First Amendment. The the prohibition against idolatry and blasphemy that would take away freedom of belief, and as far as I know, the First Amendment is still sacred to Americans, and it's too strict. I mean, it's so strict that most Jews in Israel don't want to live under a Torah theocracy. In fact, they haven't lived in their own theocracy for 2,000 years. So they have no track record at all. They tried, they kept, backsliding into idolatry and wanting to, assimilate, and then, God punished them and kicked them out. And, it's Muslims who at least run a theocracy. Well, there are 5 of them now, right? It's Afghanistan, Saudi, Mauritania, Yemen, and Iran. So 5 working Sharia theocracies. So you can't say, oh, Muslims died out and, their thing has to be revived. Well, for Jews, they haven't lived in their own theocracy for 2,000 years. So we can't use that, and they don't want to use that.
And a theocracy is the only way to have a functional society, in your opinion?
Well, because, the problem now is that the legislature has total control over us. So the UK runs on the doctrine of parliamentary supremacy, which is basically the idea that Parliament can pass and repeal any law for any reason. And as a law student, I thought, oh, that sounds reasonable. And now I realize it's like, oh, we can just change our mind the whole time. We can never, we don't need to make up our mind. If the rules go against us, we change them, and we always win if we change them, before the game is over, without even telling the people what the objective of the game is. So basically, Parliament has the power of an absolute monarch over us, because it can change the meaning of marriage, it can change the meaning of, so many words that mean so much to people, and they can change it.
Hopefully, the Parliament are almost never united, and hopefully the different opinions in Parliament is a representative of the different opinion of their constituents. Now, that fails completely in practice. I know I'm right there with you in the same country, but on a theoretical front,
Sorry, Attack of the 3-Year-Old.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'll mute myself for a second.
Thank you.
It's no problem.
But you see, this is a problem. I mean, in America, there's a book, I forget who wrote it now, but it's called The Administrative State, and Vivek Ramaswamy was talking about it. It's a bit where, you know, it's not even law, but it, you know, the government does do it to you. It just sort of brings in laws that were never the law. Like, you know, the UK, like when did it become a crime to post something on Facebook that somebody found offensive? There's no act of parliament or, you know, the hate speech act of parliament. There's nothing like that. It's like suddenly, you know, we can't say things and we can go to jail, and there was no law passed. This is, you know, and they're going to say, but the internet, it's a public space. But actually, and they're using the Public Order Act to give justification for jailing you, but you know, the public order is you know, the gatherings on the street, and they might fight each other, and the police might, you know, try and break up the different groups and, you know, arrest them to make them, you know, not have a public order incident. But now they're saying the internet that we read and respond to in the privacy of our own homes is somehow a public space, and people can go to jail for saying insulting things. You know.
Yeah, I know the case that you're referencing, and there has been overreach. A lot of people would diagnose that as part of the woke virus that's entering all different institutions, but you see it differently.
Well, okay, I get my information from, you know, a whole bunch of people, and this actually I got it from a Pakistani who lived in Canada, and he was complaining as an immigrant to Canada that Canada was really an economic zone, and he was not happy about it because, you know, I guess people just want to live in a country where the locals are properly, you know, doing their thing, and I guess Canadian identity is a bit wishy-washy, and he didn't feel like he was living in a real country. I think that was, okay, I might be wrong in this interpretation, but basically if you want to live in a country, it doesn't have to be your own. You want to feel like the people are real, and they feel like, you know, they're British or they're American or Indian or whatever, and you're really tasting the experience of living in their country, and you're not just sort of, it feels like a hotel. You know, everybody's just passing through. Nobody knows the way to anywhere. You know, you can't. I don't know why people feel that, but that's what they do. They just want a sense of order and belonging. Or even if you don't belong, but other people do.
Andrew, how you doing?
How's it been, man?
Hi, Andrew.
Hi.
Long time no see. But yeah, I wanted to talk to Khalid. Is that how you pronounce your name, Khalid?
Oh yeah, I wanted to talk as well about something. I was waiting to jump in somewhere. Go on, yeah, go for
awesome.
it. Have you got a particular topic? I like making content, like streaming it into. Is there any particular question you got in mind, so I can give it a title and start restreaming it?
Sure, yeah. I mean, like this whole place we call like this little corner, you know.
Sure.
So, there's not many like Muslims in this little corner.
Yeah.
Mostly because like whenever they pop in, they think it's some sort of dawah thing, right? Like
sure, like I do. But anyway, but I'm a bit more. Maybe I'm a bit more subtle. Who knows?
Not too subtle, Khalid.
Yeah. Thanks. Anyway, so what was the topic that you were thinking of? So I'm about to turn it into a title, restream it.
Yeah. Just like, you know, how did he get in here? Like.
She brought me in.
What? Claire?
Yeah.
Claire of all people?
We're all friends of Claire. You don't know, you're the odd one out. We're all friends of Claire right now.
Crazy.
Behind the scenes, she's controlling everything. Don't worry.
It's Claire's corner. We're just living in it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, was that your question? Now you got the answer. Claire's running things.
Yeah. I did not know that secular.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
didn't.
Muslim world. How did you meet Taya?
Because Claire told Taya about me. It's like Claire just running things, as I say.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Got connection.
Well, it was kind of the longer story is Tayo turned up to Speaker's Corner last weekend, and Claire mentioned me. Is that right? How did it work, Tayo?
Yeah, Claire sent me a few videos that you've done with her, and she said that you'd be someone that might find interesting to speak to Speaker's Corner. And I watched your video. I went on your website, and I can see why she thought that. So I thought, when I saw you record, I thought, well, let me introduce myself.
I mean, I'm shaking my hand. Shaking my head, nodding my head in agreement, and not just because I like my own content, but I think we liked each other's opinions and we bounced ideas off each other. Like, we're both spiritual, we're both practical, and things like that, and we want to make a difference. And I think that was quite obvious in our last video in Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, and your story, particularly the way you rediscovered your faith, sounded pretty much like a lot of the stories in this little corner of people that sort of deconstruct somewhat, and then it's a point that the nihilism wasn't productive, and they just could not move forward in the current worldview, and found God in one way or another.
I feel like there's a topic here, something to do with finding your faith or something like that. Yeah, I'm going to go for that. Can we stick on finding our faith?
You're the guy that had lunch with Tayo just last week. Oh, okay.
No. That was.
This isn't the Greek guy.
No, he's in England for now. He's leaving soon.
And then, how much of this little corner do you know, Khalid?
Not much really. It's too tame for me mainly, but that's why I try to jump in and like say something serious. Like when I say something serious, like put yourself, get yourself in trouble possibly. Like, are you for homosexuality? Do you believe in marriage? Do you stand for something, guys? Here.
I mean, we spent the first 2 hours of this stream talking about the CRC's homosexuality report.
Okay. So, did anybody say what they stood for personally? Did they say people? Did anybody say, for example, this particular church you're talking about, that I'm beginning to understand? Okay, so they're saying, okay, if you're homosexual, you probably shouldn't be part of this church. Did anybody say they agree or disagree?
It was complete agreement. But you speak of the tameness of this little corner. The tameness is probably because the conversation gets more nuanced.
Okay.
Then the usual, everyone just takes a proposition and let's see if we agree on our propositions. Conversation gets a bit deeper than that, than just comparing notes to say this is what I believe, this is what you believe, because most of the things we say we believe doesn't actually reflect in our behavior. And why is that? So that conversation,
okay.
Most of us are not dumbass liberals, right?
Okay. All right.
There's this liberal idea that culture in itself is a good thing, and that's just a dumb idea, and a lot of us don't accept it. Yeah. So a lot of times, because we're all religious here, we get into actually religious ideas, and then talk about them and shit, right?
Okay. Okay. Why do you think marriage is not working in the West? Can we try that for a bit? Because I think that links to the homosexuality thing. There's no difference between men and women. Doesn't matter if you're a man or a man having sex, whatever. For me, it's all related to the breakdown of marriage.
What have you got to say?
Me?
Matt.
Well, I don't know. There's all these imported, I think, assumptions about what the West, how do we define us in relation to the West? And sometimes it starts to sound like there's these assumptions. It's almost similar to there's the Ummah, and then there's the West, and it's all of us, because of our language, our ethnic heritage, the regions of the world we live in. There's a vague sense of Christianity or descendant from Christianity kind of framework, we can just draw this big circle around all of us in the West and say, why aren't all your marriages working? And one of the interesting things about TLC is that we're redefining what us is, and I think in really in like pre-modern ways, frankly, where we're just saying, well, like Presbyterian marriages are doing okay, or Copt marriages are doing okay, convert or born into it. We're having those kind of conversations, which I think is kind of breaking this monolithic kind of us versus it's particularly in the West. There's no way to like talk about the West and kind of say what's, like we're saying it's those people who are having trouble.
Sure.
And maybe we are having trouble too. Like you look at Synod. Frankly, okay, there's a civil war. There are denominations breaking up.
Yeah.
So but we would talk about that. We would say what's happening at CRC.
Can we make it personal and let's go around? Who's married? How many kids? And what religious background? Yeah, let's put it up there, right?
Come on, okay. You just want the content.
Yep.
You want the content.
I like to keep it real. That's why I like speakers. Actually, I hate and
we're keeping it real.
All right, I'm married.
It's level 2. We're 2.0 here.
2.0. I'm not sure. I think it's 2 on the
Speaker's Corner is 1.0.
Speaker's Corner has got its good and bad. You meet interesting people, and you've got a lot of idiots just trying to get attention. So, a bit of both.
Yep.
Yeah. Anybody want to stand up and say where they are, how they feel, like married, not married? Tayo?
Not married.
Not married. Why not? That's an important question. You're 32.
Just added about 5 years to my gosh.
I don't know. I thought we were.
I need a trim or something. I need to shave.
Oh, sorry. I just remembered it wrong from this morning. This morning when we were talking.
You're not far. I'm 28, so
28. Okay, I just remembered it that way. All right, yeah. Okay, and then I like Toyo. We had a really good, genuine conversation. We see eye to eye. I think you get why I'm questioning like this. It's important, right?
I see where you're going, but this is what I mean about the more nuanced frame that we bring to this conversation. Now, we could all, most of us could say Christian, but that Christian is more nuanced than that. Andrew, for example, is confirmed into a Coptic Orthodox church, which is an Egyptian church. So that there's that factor to it. So just the broad conversation of
that's good. That's good. Let's just keep. I like that. I mean, Coptic sounds Orthodox. I love that kind of stuff. Like, does that mean you're gonna have 10 kids, Andrew?
We'll see, man. I mean, like,
okay.
Hey, if you can.
Have you found a good Coptic wife? You shouldn't have to. Like, the whole point of a good Orthodox community is that they should have a marriage department.
Yeah, they do.
Good. Exactly. Yeah. You don't want to go to some rubbish app like Tinder. You just get the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Right. So what does Braswell got to say? What's your background?
I'm single.
Available.
I mean, no, it's just serious for me. Like, when it comes to marriage, I'm serious. Like, are you available? Yes or no? Have you got a problem with marriage? Because loads of people have a problem with marriage.
No. I'm like 100% marriage, but I believe in like testing and seeing their background. I
do as well. Yeah.
I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, so they emphasize the idea that like know their family first, know their surroundings, see how they act. So I think I'd agree a lot. Like, I just need to find somebody who I can sort of.
So now you're not a Jehovah's Witness. You don't have So the good thing about what sounds like you have in Jehovah's Witness is that you got a close-knit community that everybody knows everybody, and they can do a background check on everybody, because you can't do that background check person to person. Right?
Correct.
They're all, and most Westerners are drunk when they're kind of meeting each other, right? Because they're overcoming the natural boundary between men and women.
Yes.
Because women are supposed to be. They should be scared of men to some extent because men take advantage, right?
Yeah.
But you have a family, the family's getting involved. Women don't have to be worried about being taken advantage of. You can do the background check because everybody knows everybody really well. I'm an Ahmadi Muslim. I know all the numbers of all the families in our local few streets. We're always doing things together. Everybody knows everybody, sort of thing. And then in the wider community as well,
Yeah.
So yeah, what's your plan to get? I'm going to sound like your mum. Is your mum alive?
This is actually appropriate for Jacob's stream, trying to get everyone married. So
yes, exactly. There are so many people. This is a massive problem in the West. So many people not married, right? And for supposedly lots of good reasons in a way, because people don't know how to be married. They don't know. Western women apparently don't. Well, I say Western women. Western men don't get it as well.
The West,
right?
let's
not be monolithic.
Painting with a broad brush. That's what Matt was alluding to. Just saying.
Sure, let's start with a broad brush and get to the finer details.
But if we're starting with a broad brush, we miss the final details. That's the.
All right, we got to start somewhere.
Yeah. So let's start with you. What's your diagnosis of it? Is it what's your diagnosis of the West as you see it?
Okay. Essentially, not understanding the difference between men and women. That they're completely different, right? And lots of things like not understanding the value of even your parents. Why does that all tie in? Because it's really hard to have children by yourself. You need your parents back up to take care of them. You need a village basically to help you out. You need to know the difference between men and women so you know your roles and do that best. I see an absolute mess of women going to, I'll just give you one scenario of the many, many things that are going wrong. Women going to work, they get so tired that they've got no time for their husband, no sex life, all about the career, and everybody's miserable and lots of tension and no time for each other. It doesn't work. And on top of that, you're going to be really unhappy. So what you do to make up for it, you buy, take drugs, you buy expensive cars that you don't need just to feel happy, right? So you're digging a deeper hole for yourself that you can't get out, a materialistic hole that you just start depending on. So if you don't have that, if you have spirituality, you don't need much to live. You really don't need much to live. And then life is easier. That's kind of my rough summary.
So
tell me how I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna keep interviewing you, Khalid.
Go for it, man. This is where it's fun.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of off topic, but like most of us here in like Jacob's little corner are
Jacob's little corner now.
Yeah. Most of us are either like Christian or Jewish or some like Noahide or something like that, right? So a lot of us are interested in like some Second Temple Judaism and whatnot, right? And then like, because that's where Christianity and Judaism splits. But like with Islam, it's later, between Christianity and whatnot, and obviously there's Jewish influence because that's like later.
I'm not sure if I understand, because Islam, we believe in all the religions, not just Judaism and Christianity. I believe Buddha was a prophet. I believe Zoroaster was a prophet. I believe like in the
but you're not representing Islam. You're representing Ahmadiyya. Islam.
Yeah, let's
be clear. Just we don't represent the West. We're not going to hold you accountable for what.
Yeah, sure, but just so at least my perspective. And generally, Muslims all believe that all people of all times have had prophets, so it's not really in contradiction with that idea.
Okay.
But most Muslims don't believe the Buddha was a prophet.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Let's be fair.
That's fine, no problem.
And I'm a guess that however much
you could be wrong
believe,
and you could be right, but it's just not. It's not representative.
For me, it's splitting hairs because they believe in loads of prophets that we don't. There are thousands of prophets that were not named in the Quran. But anyway, sorry, Andrew.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, I'm still guessing that like however much you believe the Buddha is a prophet, you don't exactly read much of Buddhism.
I believe his original teachings were pretty much like Islam in many ways. All the fundamentals are the same. So most people don't even know what Buddhism is. I was doing live streams with a Buddhist monk, and it's really obvious if you think about it. All religions believed in a god, right? In one god originally. What we get of modern day Buddhism is it's a funny fact, right? If you hear a quote from so-called Buddhism, it's usually a Western person and nothing to do with the Buddha. There's literally a website called Real Buddhist Quotes, and it says most quotes you see on the internet are not from Buddha. So it's hijacked. It's nothing to do with it. And the real religion, like if you look at a Buddhist quote, it's really complicated. So it's not like popular because it's complicated. But they have the same basic ideas. One God, serve other people. That's what God wants you to do.
Yeah, but like when we talk about Second Temple Jewish stuff here in like the Jacob's little corner, like most of us are, I don't know, hella excited and take it somewhat authoritatively, right? Like I don't know, what's your position on Second Temple Judaism and whatnot?
So I don't really know much about it. I'm only guessing what that possibly means. It means something like you're waiting for the temple to be remade and then the world will be a better place.
No, I mean like the historical period, like, you know, how the first temple was. Okay.
Educate me.
Well, it's kind of like a historical term, right? Like the first Jewish temple was destroyed and then they went back and then rebuilt it. And then during that time, you have like Christ and all sorts of, you know, Jewish. Father Stephen DeYoung calls it Judaisms, right? You have the Qumran community and the Zealots, the Pharisees, Samarites, Sadducees, yeah, all that sort of stuff.
Sure.
Yeah. So a lot of the time we're just like trying to find the context, right? For like the Gospels and whatnot for us, right? And it's also a place where Judaism connects, and you know, so yeah, it's like half an ecumenical thing, half a like finding out our own faith ourselves, right?
So how does has the second temple hasn't been remade? Am I understanding it right? So there's a temple that was broken down. You're waiting for it to be remade. Is that right?
You're thinking about the third temple.
Oh, is that right? Okay. All
yeah,
right.
the second temple was destroyed in like 79 AD. They've got the western wall, right? Like the outer western wall.
Okay, that's
stands.
the second
yeah,
temple.
Yeah,
okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But how does that affect your faith? That's what I don't get, because I'm all into practical. What can we do right now, sort of thing. So how does that affect your faith?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm just trying to understand the Gospels, right?
Okay.
Like, so knowing the context of the time, like who are these Pharisees, you know? And
Second Temple Judaism
and...
is the context in which the New Testament was written.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why.
So what do I think about it? I think
Yeah.
I don't understand why people are Christian or Jews, because there's mistakes in the Bible. There's some king who's supposed to be 42, and then next second the same situation is 21. I can't remember the numbers exactly. You probably know what I'm talking about. Scientifically, it doesn't add up. The universe was not made in 6 days. So I'm not being difficult. It just doesn't make sense to a lot of people. So for me, it's out the door straight away. But if you can take the teachings of Jesus, that's a good thing. If you can take the raw teachings of, like the 10 Commandments in Islam, we're told don't just look at the differences. Bless you. Alhamdulillah. So yeah, Muslims say the same thing, like bless you and things like that, right? So Islam says, at least find what's common between you. The Quran says that. Find a word that's common between you and the people of the book, which maybe you guys probably know that people of the book in the Quran means the Jews and the Christians, and maybe some other people, but that's getting a bit more technical.
I have to go in a bit, but I do have a question for you. How do you feel the modern day sort of hijacking of your religion with like people like Andrew Tate and like Sneeko, where they don't really care about it, but they're just using it for the sort of appeal? That's sort of something that's happening in the Christian community, but I feel like it's happening more and more with Islam.
So my answer would be, in Islam, you're not supposed to You don't judge people's intentions. If you don't know it, you don't know it, right? And also, they don't tell me what to do, because Muslims are really clear about their religion. So I think anything that's harmful for your health, like smoking cigars as they do, wrong. I'm not going to do that. That's it. And for me, they're new converts. They're learning. They don't know better than me. They're not telling me what to do. They're just making Islam maybe more accessible to people who don't know anything about it. They're not telling Muslims what to do. That's my answer. Thanks for the question, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another super random question. Like, most of us here, well, I mean, some of us here, it's kind of hard, like, getting at religious differences through a religious frame, because you ask questions that don't land and get answers that you can't account for, right? Like, sometimes I ask a question of Jacob and he brings up like midrash, and I'm like, okay, I've got kind of hard to frame this. So a lot of us here default to like philosophy when talking to each other, right? Like Neoplatonism and whatnot.
Trying to build a shared cognitive framework.
Yep. So how much of that have you dipped your foot into? Is that something you're interested in?
I'm anti-philosophy.
Okay.
Because they've got a history of getting
man.
So they've got a history of getting nowhere.
What about the Kalam?
Well, Kalam, that means like, what does that mean exactly?
The Kalam cosmological argument.
So maybe you're talking about, because I'm not like clued up in all the history of Islam, but it sounds like a group of people who went philosophical sometime after the Prophet Muhammad, like maybe 100 years after him or something like that.
Basically, it's like the sort of like, why is there something than nothing sort of argument, and it was popularized by, I guess, some Muslim writers, and has now sort of come back into stream by Christian writers, I guess.
So I mean, my answer would be something like, the reason why. So you might know that I'm an Ahmadi Muslim, which means I believe in the second coming of Jesus. The second coming of Jesus has already come, the metaphorical second coming of Jesus. Metaphorical meaning he had certain attributes. And the point of him coming was to clarify the mess that a lot of Muslims had made of the religion. So I don't follow all the crazy stuff that doesn't necessarily make sense. So I go back to the Quran and what makes sense from there. I don't necessarily inherit the philosophical mess that some other Muslims might have. So I'm not sure about the Kalam. But you could ask me something specific. But generally, I would avoid general sort of philosophy. I do believe in logic, because a lot of philosophy is, how I'd put it, in sort of unrealistic in a vacuum, and not reality.
Okay.
Let me just keep it real, sort of thing. Like, this is a situation, marriage, for example, not working. What are you going to do? And there's very important discussions to be had. How are you going to, like we were talking about, you got to have a community so you can, what was the word you were using, Brazil? It was really good, like background check or something, right? Background check the families. You got to do that, right? And I'm not perfect. The other family I'm marrying into is not perfect, so we got the same level of sort of imperfection, sort of thing. Like if you're hyper religious, you marry the hyper religious. If you're sort of materialistic Muslim,
what do you think of using philosophy as a way to have some shared language between religion? That's the question Andrew was asking. Not about if philosophy is more right than religion, because I agree with you.
I believe in logic, which are not necessarily the same as philosophy. Like I believe in science, believe in logic, but some philosophy is just all in a vacuum. Like, for example, if you're a man, or if you're on a cart, that thing, like, would you turn right? Would you kill the fat guy, or would you kill the two babies, sort of thing? The one when you're going down on a track. These are not real questions. Okay. Or maybe there's, I don't know. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. There's no fact there, right?
Problem, yes.
Yeah. But like, if someone said that like they came to Islam through philosophy or something like that, would you kind of look at them suspiciously, or
I don't
like
know.
how would your okay?
No,
Okay.
I don't agree with Andrew Tate's understanding of why God exists. I think it's stupid, but it's like works for him, right? So whichever way brings him to it. I don't think it's totally stupid. I can see some reality to it, but it's not very convincing for me. But I'm not going to stop his journey to Islam, however he benefits from it. So if somebody somehow got something from philosophy, I mean, there's a Spanish convert I know, and he was studying philosophy. But he didn't exactly take something philosophy. He just liked the idea of, I can't remember what he said. The meaning of philosophy is like the search for truth. What's the meaning of the word? I can't remember.
Wisdom, social love of wisdom.
Something like that, right? And he said,
Yeah.
you know what? I'm looking for wisdom, and he got wisdom from whoever he met, and like, okay, I'm into Islam then. But it wasn't exactly philosophy, but maybe coming across philosophy. I don't know. I'm maybe I'm waffling here, but basically, whichever way, people come to Islam in all sorts of strange ways. There was that lady who got captured by the Taliban, and they were nice to her or something, and she thought, oh, that's a bit odd. Okay, and then somehow she became a Muslim. Everywhere, everybody finds their own way.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what's your sect called?
Ahmed, there's no like off topic.
Okay.
You feel free to jump in, ask me anything. Like, there's nobody polite in Speaker's Corner anyway, so don't worry. I mean, I get insulted and I say thank you for the question sort of thing. That's a common thing. But feel free to ask anything. What's my sect? Ahmadi Muslim, Ahmad. Yeah, and what's special about us is we're the only. So all the Muslims are desperately looking for a leader, a caliph. That's how Muslims are supposed to be led, and we're the only ones who've had one for like 120 years. So that's kind of makes us stand out, and we're the only ones who they're singled out as not Muslim. They literally come to our mosques, break them down, paint over our graves anything that has anything Islamic on it. They put us in prisons. We're killed routinely in
Who's
places like
they in
Pakistan.
that scenario?
The rest,
Mainstream.
the mainstream Muslims. Yeah.
Mm. Welcome to the
club. And so in that sense, we're like, let's say Jesus compared to a lot of the Jews at his time. Like he said things like, you know, be nice to everybody, offer the other cheek, and they put him on the cross. Doesn't make sense.
I've got a question. What do you think about the Baha'i faith?
I keep forgetting. Tell me something about. I forget.
So the
Yeah.
Baha'i
It's basically
has a prophet.
Ahmadiyism.
Yeah.
You boy Jacob knows. He's got it in his family. I do too, but Jacob's
really?
got more.
Interesting.
He can speak.
Yeah.
He comes from that area.
Yeah, so it started in Iran. They with the Bab and then Baha'u'llah, and it's he claims to be. I mean, they claim it's the successor religion to Islam, and it's the next version. It's very new agey. In Iran, they're considered complete kafir. So yeah.
Well, I'll just say, give me the evidence. Like anything, just sure. What? Tell me the evidence. What's good about it? What's the truth behind it? That's all, really. But I'm a Muslim. I mean, how do I put it? Like, I can see the evidence behind Islam, so therefore I'm a Muslim. If I hear anything better, I'll join that. Whatever. I follow the evidence.
Mm.
I mean, the reason I ask is because I think they've got a lot of interesting similarities with Ahmadiyya Islam.
Like what?
Well, they're both kind of claiming, you know, the Mahdi actually came in a way, you know, in a real sense, and we've got like an updated revelation on how to recontextualize the Quran and everything on back from there. You know, like we're in a new age in a sense. Since the Bab and Baha'u'llah showed up, but they don't have a dynasty the way you guys do.
Okay,
so that would be a difference.
Well, they did have a dynasty, but the dynasty actually died out.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so I don't know who knows. So the Baha'is, they believe in the Mahdi's come already.
I'm not sure if specifically the Mahdi. They.
I'm stretching it a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, they believe that Baha'u'llah was a new prophet in the same way as Moses or Jesus or
With a
Muhammad.
new religion.
Kind of, yeah. It's explicitly. That's why. They don't call themselves Muslim. In fact, they would say they're not Muslim.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So that's different to us because we believe Islam's the last religion, but you can be prophets within that religion, just like Judaism had loads of prophets. No big deal.
Yeah. Well, there is that concept of the seal of the prophets, which most Orthodox, lowercase Orthodox Muslims would disagree with Ahmadiyya.
Yeah. So the seal just means khatam, and literally anybody who knows the bit of Arabic, I've even had a Christian Arab just turn up to one of my conversations, and he didn't know what we were talking about. I mentioned the word khatam, and he said, "Yeah, I've got khatam on my fingers." Right, and the the convert from Christianity to Islam was like, "Oh, okay, so that's what it really means. It doesn't mean last at all." But most Muslims don't bother reading or learning anything. I can literally quote verses of the Quran to these people, and you'll see on Speaker's Corner, and I'll say, "Follow this verse of the Holy Quran." One verse, for example, saying, "You cannot call anybody a disbeliever if they say peace unto you." That's literally a verse of the Quran, and they completely ignore it. So the point is that most Muslims don't even care to read the Quran, or they don't really care what the Quran says. They just want to do whatever they want to do. So like words like khatam and all these kind of things, if they don't care about basic teaching of Islam, they're not going to care about these words. So yeah.
So how are you going to
Calling out the
establish a
Christians.
theocracy if the moment everyone gets on the same page, no one actually cares about what?
No, it's a good question. It's a good question.
How are you going to fix marriage if people aren't going to pay attention?
No, they're already paying attention. That's the thing. So how does God solve these problems always? He doesn't try to stitch up all the different sects like he did try. He didn't try to go to Judaism and go all the different groups of Judaism and say, "You've got this wrong, you got that wrong. How can we negotiate this?" No, he just brought in Jesus and he said, "This is the right way." And look at Christianity now, much bigger than Judaism, right? So we're small right now. Look at Islam to begin with. Then go to all the polytheistic groups. Oh, we'll take on a bit of polytheism. I know we know it's not right, but no, it just said, here's the truth. God's behind us, and who wins? Islam, right? So and polytheism is dead in Saudi Arabia, right? So we're doing the same thing.
That's because of you guys. You think Saudi Arabia was polytheistic before Islam?
Yeah, that's the normal.
That wouldn't even be you guys. That's not Ahmadiyya.
Well, no, but first of all, Ahmadiyya believes that they are definitely the continuation of what Muhammad did. But yeah, all Islam believes that. So there are the things about like clearing out the idols from and honestly, this is one of the reasons why some academics think that a lot of the history around Mecca and Medina didn't actually occur in Saudi Arabia. It actually occurred in Petra or closer to Israel. It's interesting stuff.
Sure. So I don't mean to hijack things, which I might do, but I've definitely.
Come on, be honest. It's okay. You missed a hijack. You're making fun.
I kind of.
You see how complex? We're having subtle conversations, and we're resisting.
No, what it is, what I was going to say is,
you're taking jabs, man.
Jabs, yeah.
Jabs to bring him down to the conversational level. I know what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't mind. But I was desperately trying to round off some conversation about why marriages are not working in the West.
I have to admit I missed a lot of the conversation when you came back from prayers.
Oh no, I just came back.
Oh,
do you know Claire was on?
They let Claire on? Did she have her camera
I
on?
let Claire on.
Yeah. So then I thought
she was being very polite.
Yeah. So I jumped in because I thought, oh, let's all the speaker corner lot.
Well, Claire, does she ever show up at Speaker's Corner?
To be honest, I've only seen her once, but she says she's come every now and then. I'm relatively newbie for the last year.
Yeah, I don't know if the organization she works for can afford to have her make personal appearances, but don't be surprised by her switching tactics and being quite reasonable when she needs to. That's what shows the fact that she's not the crazy person she
I mean, I don't mind wherever she is. I don't mind, right? She's a nice enough person to introduce me to loads of different people. But I want to focus ideally on marriage. So Jacob, are you married?
I am not married, unfortunately. That is not by choice. And this is actually something we've been talking a lot about in this little corner. And my basic belief is that the reason religion in the West, marriage in the West and religion in the West have gone awry is because of the Trinity. And I think, you didn't expect that one. Because so Christians have this idea of Jesus as the perfect man. And since he wasn't married, there's the bad role model in Jesus is what causes the problems in marriage in the West.
Yeah. By the way, I believe Jesus. Yeah, I do believe Jesus would have got married because he was a Jew and he followed the law. It's just that the Bible doesn't tell the whole story. That's what I believe. I mean, why do I believe that? There's good reason. For example, he said he came for the lost tribe of Israel, and there were only 2 tribes within Judea. So I believe that Ahmadi Muslims basically go through the story of the Bible, and you can see quite easily from the story of the Bible that he actually survived dying on the cross. Like, for example, he was put in the tomb.
Where's Trey? We should get Trey back in.
There's lots of evidence to say that he survived the cross and then he went on to completing what he promised to do, which is to see the other 10 tribes of Israel. And in that time he would have got married. He would have been married to somebody.
So there's evidence of this? What's the evidence?
So the whole Bible is full of evidence.
Belief system?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it would have been very strange. It would have been very strange for a Jewish man of his stature not to be married.
Absolutely.
And the fact that it isn't something that is commented upon itself is pretty interesting. But I'll say
he comments on it. He says he's marrying the church.
There's a reason.
Sorry.
I'm a Muslim. I don't marry the mosque, right? It doesn't mean anything.
That's where you get it wrong.
No, and
that's why
I say the problem is actually the Trinity, because when you turn him into this divine figure, then how can a divine figure have a normal married life? And that's a real reason why. I mean,
agreed. How can he be a role model?
And Khalid, hopefully you agree with me. I think there's a reason why God is so insistent on the Tawheed, because anytime...
Does everybody know all these words? It makes me laugh. Does anybody what Tawheed means? It means oneness of God, like no partners, no Trinity. Yeah. Anyway, carry on.
It means unity. Be honest, Khalid.
One God. Yeah.
We believe in a unified God too. So
okay, fine.
Sure. Sorry. Sure. I know these speakers' corner arguments. They're very 1.0.
Sure. Okay. I'm happy. I'm happy for
I got you cornered. I got you speakers cornered.
Anyway,
it means unity. It does not mean oneness in the Unitarian sense.
Okay, maybe. Yep. Okay.
But so the reason, and I think that's why we always have to go back to the Bible. And the Bible, I mean, Mark 12, Jesus is asked quite clearly, what is the most important commandment. And Jesus says quite clearly that it is the oneness of God, right? That is the first commandment. But Christians obviously don't put that anywhere towards the top of their confessions. It's
And why do you
always
think
the
that
Trinity.
stops? So
I
why?
believe
So,
in one God.
yeah. So
Dot,
you
dot, dot,
said.
dot,
We
dot.
believe in one God.
Yeah.
We do. We're not tri-theists. Doesn't matter what the Quran says.
But I do agree that okay, so I'm trying to understand Jacob's. I'm always intrigued actually. Is your
Yeah.
Jewish name Jakub or is it Jacob? I like the original name.
It is, yeah. My Hebrew name is Yaakov. Yes.
Jacob.
In Iran, my name was Behzad.
All right. I want to mess with people and say Jacob. I like the
That's
original
fine.
names. Yeah. So
yeah.
Jacob, you're saying that the Trinity stops marriages working, and one reason you gave, because I agree, I think, is that partly if you've got a godlike figure, how can he be married in a normal sense? But also the biblical story doesn't talk of Jesus being married, so then there's no example of how to behave in a marriage in the ideal sense. Is there any other way that the Trinity stops people from?
Well, I think the priesthood, so there is a celibate priesthood in most of Christianity, right?
Only
And
in
it's not-
Catholicism.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking of Judaism, but
That's
yeah, in Christianity.
only in Catholicism. What are you
That's
going
in
on
one,
about, Jake?
yeah, one branch only, and they made that up in the 11th century.
You people, I tell you.
The monastics. So when I think this idea of
Sorry, I gotta go.
glorifying chastity,
man.
like celibacy. Sorry, I don't think he left because of this. He's been on longer than he usually can.
Yeah.
But I think this idea of celibacy, as opposed to in Judaism and Islam, we have an idea that it's actually a good thing for man and wife to be together and to be married and to procreate and to create a family and a healthy family life. And a lot of the West has this idea where, oh, well, you can put off, it's fine if you put off a family for career or for any other reason. And ultimately, I think all of the problems in society have a theological core behind them.
Yeah. Action starts from ideas, right? So if you got bad ideas, you're going to have bad results. And so bad ideas like, oh, my career is more important than my marriage. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's because of career idolatry and because the West is Catholic, Jacob. Catholic.
Okay,
Not
fine.
Orthodox. Catholic.
Let everybody be whatever they are, but let's talk about the people who are here, right? Is anybody Catholic here?
Andrew is Coptic, and Tayo is Does Tayo know what Tayo is? He's not even paying attention.
I am.
You are. So what are you, Tayo?
Christian.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah,
Also Christian.
What?
I'm a Protestant.
Protestant.
Yeah. And is that why is there a reason why you do the Sabbath on a? Actually, I don't want to go into it because I want to focus on marriage. So Jacob, what's the reason why you're not getting married? I hope it's not too personal, but I think it's important for the discussion. You can ask me questions like this if you like.
I would be married right now if I could find somebody to marry. I have definitely made honest and earnest searches.
So does that mean there's something wrong with the religious community around you that doesn't provide that? Because there should be lots of people to marry.
Lots of people. I mean, it happens that a certain number of people end up not being married. I mean, obviously, the Jewish community is very much part of the West as well. and I mean, personally, there are personal issues that I have as well. That, like,
Is it because
you
you're
know,
not orthodox enough?
no. That's not
Okay.
why. That's and it,
Because
I
that
mean,
would happen with the Ahmadi Muslim community as well. Be like, if you're not really following the religion, then they don't really. Wouldn't you count you?
no, that's not. I mean, that
Yeah.
we have all gradations
Hmm.
of observance and not, and I mean, it really is a matter of I almost got married twice. I was engaged to be married twice, so
Yeah.
fell apart.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. So I mean, I think there definitely is a problem in society in general, but I don't think it stems from the Jewish community. I think it stems from the dominant culture being idolatrous.
Yeah, or idolatrous, materialistic, whatever, right? So you can have so-called religious people who, adopt Western ideology of materialism,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Happens all
Yeah.
the time.
So what do you think is the core of the problem, the main root of the problem?
So I
Western.
could say it at one level. Not, I mean, I don't know if you're asking me, but like, I'm not the center of anything. But I shouldn't
Yes,
have.
you are, Khalid. You are
Thank you.
very much the center.
I'll let Tayo say something in a second, but I'll just say roughly not following the religion, and that comes from not really believing in God, and also I would say not attempting to understand your religion. So some people are born into religion and they don't question it, and they don't dig to find, ask the difficult
And
questions
you
about
say
your faith.
philosophy is independent of religion. This guy.
So I think a lot of these philosophers are idiots, right? But you can still apply your own logic. I think the philosophers try to ignore God, and they try to be separate from theocracy or theology, whatever the word theology I should have said.
So
like,
what do you think
yeah.
about like Neoplatonism and whatever? Because that's a lot of how I get into Judaism certainly.
I don't know what that is. I just feel like I talked over Tayo. Were you going to say something?
No.
Oh no, I was just re-saying your answer back to Jacob that the spiritual death of the West is why the marriage
Yeah.
crisis.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, what were you saying, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, like
Platoism. I don't know Neoplatonism. What is Neoplatonism?
Okay.
Have you ever engaged with Dr. Khalil Landani?
I don't think so. No.
He is now my brain is he's Ismaili. And he is a Muslim academic. He's actually engaged. Previously, he engaged with my channel at least a little bit, especially when I was engaging with EA Dawa, and he is very well versed in Islamic history and specifically Ismaili history, of course, and Neoplatonism. And he is an advocate for the Neoplatonic position, as are many people in this little
So
corner.
what is the Neoplatonic position in short? And I can say if I agree or disagree.
Okay, so in short, I mean, I'll try to be very short about it, but it's called Neoplatonism because it is the understanding of Plato that was generally understood by almost everyone like 1,000 years ago. And we have a classics. Emma, do you want to explain Neoplatonism?
Tell me one idea. No, just tell me one idea from
So the main idea is that there is one God, and because there is one God who is the creator God and omniscient, that we are able to understand that one God through science and the study of his creation. And without being completely perennialist, although some Neoplatonists do fall into perennialism.
I'm a bit stupid. Tell me what perennial means.
So perennialism is the idea that all religions are the same, and there's no difference or distinction between the religion, between different religions. That it doesn't matter if I'm Jewish or I'm Muslim or whatever. That's perennialism.
Okay.
And some Neoplatonists fall into perennialism, but it's also possible to hold of Neoplatonic ideas like I do, that I would call myself a Neoplatonist. I think almost everybody is a Neoplatonist, even if they don't
So
know.
you don't mind which religion you're in then?
No, I am not a perennialist.
Oh,
I am a Neoplatonist. I am not a perennialist.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you believe that you can understand the mind of God through science to some extent, or do you?
To some extent.
I would agree, because I think God gives us clues in different ways and gives us a brain that can think logically, so we can come to reasonable conclusions. Otherwise, how would we know any truth? How would we distinguish between wrong and right?
But the reason I brought perennialism up is because I do believe that God, the God of Israel, created Christianity and Islam as inferior expressions which were more acceptable to broader numbers of people in order to prepare the world for ultimately the revelation of the Jewish Messiah, who, because you would have no vocabulary for it if you were not exposed either through Islam or Christianity to the Jewish Bible and the ideas of the Jewish Bible.
I mean, I'm not going to really argue that. I mean, I can argue the other way, like Islam is way more advanced, but you know.
Well, okay, no, I mean, and I have said to people, you know, if I did believe Jesus was the Messiah, then I wouldn't become a Christian. I would become a Muslim.
Yeah.
Because if you have further revelation, right? If you believe in progressive, right, revelation, then that does make sense. Like, but I believe that God gave the most pure and complete message at the very beginning, and that the other religions are what has been able to penetrate the hearts of people out of that purity, and the wellspring is still operating.
The wellspring of revelation of God?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. God doesn't suddenly shut up and become dumb and unable to talk, which is insulting. But most religious people, including Muslims, believe that. No more prophets, no more anything, which is ridiculous.
God
Logically.
speaks through his church and his saints.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good point. God talks through, I hope, everybody, quite frankly. Anybody who got, like in Islam, God promises that anybody who comes to him, God will answer their prayers. As long as they try to listen to God.
That is a verse in Psalms.
Oh, really?
God is close to all who call on him,
Wow.
all who call on him in truth. That is a verse in Psalms. Jews actually recite 3 times a day.
Cool. You know what? while you guys are talking, because I should make more of an effort to actually quote the Quran. This was Yaka was schooling me on, so I'm going to make an effort. I want to actually, while you guys are talking, I'm just going to get the verse of the Quran up.
Good.
After that, I have a question.
Have you ever looked at the Liturgy of the Hours, Jacob?
I haven't looked at it. I briefly spoke with Father Eric about it when I was visiting him, and I know a little bit about it. That's the only place that the Shema actually shows up in all of Christian liturgy, is in the on Saturday nights in the Liturgy of the Hours.
Interesting. That's cool. I picked up the habit a little bit, like at Chino, because Ted and I were praying with Father Eric occasionally, and I'm trying to make more of a habit of it.
Father Eric's a pretty saintly guy.
Yeah.
Too bad he doesn't stream himself playing video games as much as he used to. He could do that back when he was a deacon. I knew him before he was Father Eric. He was just Deacon Eric. He was actually Deacon Big Mac.
If I'd known him then, I could have actually met up with him in person, probably, because he went to seminary like an hour away from my parents' house.
Crazy.
Shall I share screens?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay, present, share screen, maybe a tab. I don't know, whatever.
I lost my spot. Okay.
Baccarat. I think this is the right one. Is it coming up?
Yes.
Something? Oh, cool. Okay. And when my servant asks thee about me, say I am near. I answer the prayer of the supplicant when he prays to me. So they should hearken. It's all very old English. Listen to me effectively and believe in me, and they may follow the right way. And the idea of the servant means it's not like anybody's like, hey, God, come right now. It's like, no, God's the boss. You've got to be, you know what I mean? You got to have at least an attempt to listen to God, and to that extent, God listens to you. But God's kind to everybody. That's the idea. So comes to, I love that quote you said from Psalms, comes to you in truth. I think that means essentially the same thing.
Yeah. So one thing I tell atheists, and this is pretty much from the Talmud, is I feel no compulsion to try to prove to you that there is a God. I recommend that you sincerely ask God. Just pray sincerely in your heart. Pray that for God, if He exists, to reveal Himself to you. And if He does, great. And if He doesn't, that's between you and God. That's not anything I am going to interfere with.
I agree to some extent, but God also makes Himself plain, evident through Quranic teachings. Like, look at the universe. Are you crazy? Not like, are you crazy? I shouldn't paraphrase for God, right? But like, like gives so much evidence. Look at how everything works out, the sun and the moon, everything, and the clouds recycling your water and everything. It's just, it's really, every debate I've had with an atheist, they were literally stuttering because they were like, oh my God, what do I say? Because it's so obvious that God exists. But I'm gonna probably go in a minute. Sorry, your question, Andrew.
Yeah. I kind of need to learn Arabic. So how do we do that?
Interesting. Trying to think. I could help you if you want. We could try to do something. Yeah. So how would I get your? I mean, to email me.
He's on my Discord.
Yep.
I'm very. Don't say Discord. I don't know how Discord works. I don't know. I never figured it out.
It's pretty complex.
Yeah. Just email me.
I sent you my number in the private chat or whatever.
Okay, cool. I'll copy paste it and okay. So does that mean it's like that American? Do I have to put
one.
+1?
The country code is 1.
Country. Okay, 1. So I will WhatsApp you. Okay.
Awesome.
Why do you need to learn Arabic? It's very interesting.
Because I'm Coptic.
Oh, Coptic as in Egyptian.
Yeah, Orthodox. Yeah.
Cool. Hopefully you get sorted with a wife as well, right?
I think learning Arabic would help with that, probably.
I think that's great. And I'm married to an Arab. It's great. I mean, I think Yaqub could understand as well. The culture is so good. I learned how to be a nice human. Hopefully I'm a reasonable human being, but like really social, giving. It's a really nice culture. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Hopefully, it was an interesting conversation.
You're welcome. I have live streams on a regular basis. You're
Okay, yeah. Tell me, how do I figure out when you're streaming or something? Like, is there a schedule?
The best. There's no actual schedule. I have a Wednesday night for me Bible study almost every Wednesday, which is pretty open. And
so that's Wednesday LA time. What
Wednesday, usually around 7 or 8 p.m. Los Angeles time.
Okay, maybe I'll try to. Yeah.
And I mean, depending.
Fridays.
Oftentimes, yes. It really depends as far as streams. I mean, if you set my channel to notify you, you can get notifications when I go live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, but I might not be looking
when I'm going live.
You can WhatsApp me, Tayo.
Yes.
Although I set my WhatsApp notifications off, but anyway, but I'll look more often. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Good meeting
you.
you.
Sunday.
All right. I'll WhatsApp you, Andrew.
Awesome.
Right. God bless you too.
Right.
Bye.
Emma, you're going to become terminally online a person.
How do
I know. I got off. I did my lesson planning. Then people were blaming Catholicism for things, and I was compelled to get back on.
Yeah.
I just have to say that, like, I don't know. I know a lot of young married Catholics, and I am not convinced that Catholicism is the problem.
Oh, I mean, okay, I have to say, I certainly, like, I think Catholicism in many ways is far, far better than a lot of, let me.
I honestly think a lot of the problem was the getting rid of celibacy, because when it's naturally expected that you will take vows of one sort or another, and honestly within Catholicism that's still the case. Age of marriage is sliding later, like with most other places, but it's still like you're probably going to end up either becoming a priest or monk or nun or getting married, and you are like planning on that from a young age. If you feel called to go like that hard in some sort of like career scholarly something, you find an order that does it and you join that instead of getting married.
So, I mean,
I say somewhat hypocritically as a woman in grad school who's married.
So I see how priestly celibacy has in fact helped keep some forms of corruption out of the Catholic Church, which is great and important. At the same time, I think the fact of the magisterium not being married has also impacted how well they can guide married life.
Yeah, I can see that. I've sort of thought about how that should be dealt with before too. But it's also not just about corruption. I don't know. I have some personal experience with this now because my grandfather-in-law is an Anglican bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother-in-law's stories of her experience growing up as the daughter of a bishop honestly have sort of driven home for me why priestly celibacy isn't a bad idea. Because his family always had to take second place to the church.
Mm-hmm.
And they felt it.
Okay, so this is actually a complaint that Orthodox Jews often have, that because of the demands that Judaism makes on fathers specifically, but fathers and mothers. That it basically it's too much demand, and I mean, in a sense, I understand, but also I think um, there's a model of yeah, we're not just this nuclear family. We're part of a church or a religious community, and the religious community really does come first, right? And that's actually an alignment of our values. I mean, not to constantly go back to the CRC Synod, but if people had some of that church before, some of that church before family orientation, the Synod debates would have gone a lot different.
I see your point. I think it's very different when it's like a whole community versus like a specialized vocation or a specialized role.
Yeah.
Like it would be one thing if everybody in that church was devoted to that level and they were all like looking out for each other. But there are responsibilities a priest has that your average person in a church just doesn't have.
So one thing that's pretty much held true is that the most prominent rabbis often have few kids, if not no kids, and not deliberately, but it just turns out that because they don't have kids, they have more free time to be involved in communal activities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the not deliberately part is important too.
Yeah.
So Andrew, shouldn't you be studying?
I'm done, man.
You're
It's summer.
done?
Yeah.
It's summer?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do
You're in
with
the
your
UC
summer?
system, right? Andrew?
I'm gonna learn Arabic. What'd you say, Emma?
You're in the UC system, right?
Yep.
Makes sense. My friend, who is also at a UC school, just finished her semester or quarter and was talking about how no one respects the TAs, so their final was just a dumpster fire of cheating.
Yeah, that happens a lot. And everything's on a curve, so yeah.
So no one cares anyway. Yeah.
That sounds horrific.
Yeah, but she's done with it. She doesn't have to deal with it anymore.
She graduated?
She did. She's a doctor now.
Lucky punk.
A medical doctor?
No, a doctor of classics. Like me, someday.
So more educated than a medical doctor.
Probably, yeah. I guess it took her 6 years, so yeah.
What was her dissertation on?
Herodotus. Something about the histories of Herodotus and how he talks about different cultures. I don't know the specific title of it, but it was looking at like Herodotus's cultural exploration in the histories.
Can you imagine if, as opposed to citation counts, there were actual view counts on people's dissertations, and you could sort dissertations by view counts?
Titles would get interesting.
Well, okay. How about like watch hours, like how many hours people spent reading those dissertations. That would
I feel like that would be interesting.
Okay, some computer programmer needs to make that happen.
I mean, academia.edu still already exists, so that's probably a starting place.
So I looked into that website and I saw the complaints about the privacy stuff, like how they track you, and I was like, yeah, not gonna get an account. Not gonna do an account.
Yeah, I should probably close mine out. I haven't posted anything on there. I joined it as like a freshman in college to read a senior's like capstone project thesis thing. So
yeah, I'm trying to find my cousin's thesis from 1998. So what was the title of the thesis?
Where was he?
He was at Brown.
Okay.
So his honors thesis was named why can't I find this?
All right, I'm tired and I've got to get breakfast, so I'm heading out.
All
Have a
right.
good one, y'all. Yeah, good seeing y'all.
See you later. Okay, so this is the title of his thing: Necessary Detours from History through Philosophy to Religion in the Lives and Thoughts of Tanabe Hajime and Joseph B. Soloveitchik. So yeah, but I can't find it.
That's too bad.
Yeah, but yeah, he compared somebody who's very important in the Kyoto School, which I don't even know what that is, with the works of Rabbi Soloveitchik, who's basically the founder of what's called modern Orthodox Judaism. Yeah.
The Kyoto School, I think, is a philosophy thing. I'm not sure. I know I've heard of it.
When I looked it up, it's apparently some sort of Christian philosophy thing, which I didn't realize was a thing, but apparently it is. So here, we'll take a look at Kyoto School Wikipedia. The Kyoto School is the name given to the Japanese philosophical movement centered at Kyoto University that assimilated Western philosophy and religious ideas and used them to reformulate religious and moral insights unique to the East Asian philosophical tradition. However, it is also used to describe post-war scholars who have taught at the same university.
Interesting. I think I've heard Rebecca talking about it. I think that's where I've heard it.
Yeah. So Hajime Tanabe was a Japanese professor of science, particularly of mathematics and physics. In 1947, he became a member of the Japan Academy. Tanabe was a key member of what has become known in the West as the Kyoto School, alongside Kitaro Nishida and Keiji Nishitani. So he talks about Nishitani a lot, actually, Vergreki does. While the latter philosophers have received recognition in Western academia, Tanabe's writing has received less notice. Nishida, the figure who is considered the originator of this school, was Tanabe's teacher. Philosophers of this school received opprobrium for their perceived active role in the Japanese militarist regime. However, their participation in resistance to the political environment has been documented widely. Tanabe especially has fallen under scrutiny for his political activities, though scholarship provides some mitigation of the harsher stigma. This is the thing with Wikipedia. It's like, stop. Just tell me what he was like. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of commentary on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, it gets worse and worse. So Wikipedia was just starting when I was in law school. And so some of the like really basic law articles I started at, like, I created the first article. And I used to be really big into, like, I used to think it was great, but then I saw how once it became important, people started deliberately manipulating it. Like, you know, there are people who have Wikipedia editing parties where in groups they go and like do votes and stuff in order to change how Wikipedia does things. And when you're acting not as an individual, it's you can take over Wikipedia, which it has been completely taken over by the woke.
Yeah. And then it's hard because so many people use Wikipedia as like the final word of like correctness.
Well, I actually think it's worse that they use it as the first word of correctness, because
fair.
Yeah, like it's the frame, it's like the arena in which all knowledge now takes place. Okay, this stream has been going for 6 hours.
Yeah. It's been a fun morning, but it's long.
Yeah. Paul usually does something at 10. I'm wondering if he's going to do some sort of like.
Oh yeah, it's Friday.
It is
I keep
Friday.
forgetting it's Friday. It's a meat Friday though.
It's a what?
Thanks to Father Eric for reminding.
What's a meat Friday?
So Catholics, especially more traditional Catholics, abstain from meat on most Fridays. You are required to abstain from meat on Fridays in Lent and do some act of penance on all Fridays, and it's easiest to just keep doing meat. But this is a solemnity, so you are not required to fast because it's a holiday.
What solemnity is it?
The Sacred Heart of Jesus.
So they just picked this random Friday to solemnize.
I'm sure there's more to it than that, but I don't off the top of my head know how the date for the Sacred Heart was established.
Okay, so now I'm going to have to find out solemnity.
Now we're going to have to look that up.
Of the Sacred Heart.
Yep.
So this is from EWTN, so you know it must be right. What is the solemnity of the most Sacred Heart of Jesus? This is a movable feast. We still don't know what movable feasts are, but that honors. That honors the Sacred Heart. In 1675, Jesus told Saint Margaret Mary that he wanted the Feast of the Sacred Heart to be celebrated on the Friday after the Corpus Christi octave.
Okay, that makes sense.
I have no idea what the Corpus Christi octave is.
So Corpus Christi falls on. Is it tied to a Thursday or does it fall on a certain date? Then the Vatican II calendar moves it to the Sunday, but I know it was on Thursday in the Latin calendar. So a week ago yesterday. Corpus Christi is a big feast celebrating the sacrament of the Eucharist.
And I thought it was a town in Texas.
It probably is that as well.
It definitely is a town in Texas. Okay, so go eat meat.
Yeah.
I'm going to end the broadcast.
I will. Have a good day. Talk to you later.